Test 1, 2, 3.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the June 3rd meeting of the Pima County Board of Supervisors. I'm going to turn it over to our clerk, Ms. Manriquez, to call the roll.
Supervisor Allen.
Here.
Supervisor Gano. Here. Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines. Chair Scott.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Hines is not present. All other board members are present.
Thank you, Ms. Manriquez. We're now going to call on Bianca Taylor, who is a Fleet Services Support Manager with the Department of Fleet Services, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Taylor, thank you. Anything from Fleet Services that you want to share with the board? I know that the monthly department directors meeting is going to be at Fleet Services this week.
No, I just got to go back and get it ready for you all.
All right. Well played. Okay, now we're going to go to the land acknowledgement statement. This is offered by Scylla Gonzalez. She is a librarian at the Ekstrom Columbus Library. Oh, I'm sorry. She a change. She is unable to attend, so it's going to be read by Lindsay Curley with the Community Engagement Department with the Pima County Public Library. And Ms. Curley is also going to share with us some background with regard to the land acknowledgement statement that the library district has put together. Ms. Curley.
Hello, good morning. My name is Lindsay Curley. Like Supervisor Rex said, I am the librarian in the Community Engagement Office with the Pima County Public Library. I am currently housed at the main library location. And just as a little side note, it's a little funky and normal to me as a poet to be facing away from the ground. And so I'm going to do my best to kind of direct my attention to you all today. My name is Lindsay Curley. Lindsay Curley Yaneshia, Kinslachini Nashla, Oze Bashashin, Hashkat Hedsotni Dashache, Tatnazana Dashanale. I introduce myself in Navajo. Usually as a Navajo and Diné woman, we like to incite our kinship. And so, though I am not a indigenous caretaker of these homelands of Tucson, Arizona, or Chukshan, I am a inhabitant coming from the northern Arizona Four Corners region. And when we bring language into our environment, we are recognizing that our ancestors and our holy people are here today. And so I would like to bring this in conjunction with the land acknowledgement. And so like a traveler and words that travel, these are kind of a worldview that I like to place myself in, especially as a information practitioner in library services. I'm a member of the Many Nations team with an affinity team called Many Nations that serves Indigenous people in the county. And so as a visitor to these ancestral homelands, it's a duty of ours to tailor to our respective clientele, which is going to be our Pasquayaki tribe as well as our Tono O'odham Nation. And like I was saying, with traveling, it's kind of a really neat idea when words can come from one location and arrive to another. And in the same way that like politics are and information, as information purveyors, we want it to flow through people's bodies as it is an aspect of being human, evolutionary trait that I believe that libraries possess. I'm going to give a brief history of the land acknowledgement and a process that took 10 months. Members of the library's Many Nations team consulted with the Tono O'odham Cultural Preservation Committee and the Pasquayaki Department of Language and Culture to draft an acknowledgement that was presented to and approved by the tribal councils. And so if y'all didn't know, there's 2 land acknowledgements in our county today. Our acknowledgement. The Pima County Public Library, PCPL, acknowledges the sovereignty of Native nations and acknowledges with 22 federally recognized indigenous tribes of the state of Arizona and those who inhabit Pima County. We honor the vast and often unrecognized contributions and sacrifices of indigenous people and are conscious of the ongoing experience of inequality and political invisibility. In partnership with Native nations, PCPL advocates for full access to its educational and information recreational resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. appreciate your time and that background information, Ms. Curley. Thank you very much. We now will go to agenda item number 4, pause for pause, and we do have a personal appearance by Pima Animal Care Center staff today with one of their clients.
Oh, yeah, bless you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kaylee Murdoch. I am Pima Animal Care Center's Public Information Officer. I am here today to introduce you to my friend Blue. She is a female husky, about 6 years old. She came to us as a stray, and unfortunately, we were not able to get in touch with her owner, so she is looking for a home at this time. She's one of many huskies that we have. They are actually becoming increasingly popular in shelters, so if you're interested in one of these pups, we would love to see you at PAC. In addition, we're currently offering several awesome incentives to bring people into the shelter. Right now, we're offering $25 to our Central Pet Store, which is located on our campus. You can buy all kinds of pet supplies there. We're offering $25 to anyone who adopts or fosters a dog that weighs 40 plus pounds, like Miss Blue here. In addition, we're also offering free microchips to any dog or cat living in Pima County. As you know, the 4th of July is right around the corner. That is the day of the year that more pets get lost than any other day of the year. That's why it is so important that we get microchips in these pets, that we get tags on pets. We also offer those for free at PAC and get everybody prepared. Nobody thinks that their pet is going to be the one to be lost, but the reality is that 1 in 3 pets will get lost at some point in their lives, so it's really important to prepare for those times. If you're looking for a new best friend, if you're looking for resources like microchips to help you keep your best friend, we'd love to see you at PAC. We're open 7 days a week, located at 4000 North Silver Bell Road. Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much. Nicely done. All right, I will now turn it back to our clerk, Ms. Manriquez, who has some agenda adjustments to cover with us. Ms. Manriquez.
Yes, on the regular agenda, page 4, item 18, this is under Board of Supervisors. It's unfinished business from April 15, May 6, and May 20. The Board of Supervisors Policy D 22.17, General Fund, 3 cents for affordable housing. Supervisor Hines requests this item be removed from the agenda. On page 5, item 19, affordable housing appropriations for fiscal year 26. This item will be heard at a time certain of 10:30. On page 10, item 58, under development services, this is unfinished business from April 1st. It's a hearing rezoning, P24RZ00010. The applicant requests this item be withdrawn from the agenda since they have withdrawn their rezoning request. On the addendum, page 1, item 6, under Board of Supervisors. Board of Supervisors Policy D 22.17, closing the gap in affordable housing, tackling housing insecurity, and preventing an escalation of homelessness. This item will also be heard at a time certain of 10:30, directly after agenda item number 19. And on page 2, item 8, this is a follow-up request to the Attorney General's office regarding Sheriff's Department Internal Affairs investigation, request for independent investigation. This item will be heard after call to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manriquez. I'm always very appreciative of the fact that county administration and this board take the opportunity to recognize our employees. The We Are Gems program, Ms. Lesher, I know is a highlight of a board meeting at least once a quarter. And I also appreciate the fact that we get the opportunity to recognize our employees of long standing who have decided to retire. And so the board at this point is going to recognize the retirement of Amber Mathewson, Library Director, Pima County Library, for 34 years of service. Ms. Lesher. And if the board wants to join us down here to recognize Ms. Mathewson.
I'm gonna. Uh-oh.
Good morning. Amber, you ready for this? I'll just read a little things here. So Amber's last day is this Friday, marking the conclusion of an extraordinary 34-year career dedicated to public service, community engagement, and library innovation. Amber's journey with the public library began as a customer service clerk, and through her hard work, passion, and dedication, she advanced through multiple roles, including bookmobile driver. Wow, you can drive that? Children's librarian, library manager, system-wide service coordinator, deputy director, and for the past 8 years, library director. Her leadership and commitment have profoundly impacted our libraries and the broader Pima community. Beyond her professional contributions, Amber is deeply engaged in community service, holding leadership positions in organizations such as Literacy Connects, Lutheran Social Services of the Southwest, and the Better Together Coalition for Southern Arizona. Her work has left a lasting impact on the literacy, social services, and community collaboration through Southern Arizona. Amber's unwavering dedication to public libraries and equitable access to information has shaped the Pima County Library into a beacon of community learning and engagement. While we miss her leadership, we celebrate her legacy and wish her the very best and well-earned retirement, right? We give her a round of applause. So that's the formal speech. Now let me kind of go off script a little bit, just real briefly. Amber, it's been like 5 months since I've had the opportunity to work with public libraries. Super impressed with the team of individuals you've built. A wonderful group of librarians, staff, support that are, just making our community better. I attribute a lot of that to your leadership. I wish we could work longer together. It's been a quick, we can't convince you to stay, but I can thank you from the bottom of my heart. You will be missed. And so thank you for all your contributions. Thank you. So we have a very heavy plaque. And you want to say something? Awesome. Let's just say.
So you should have asked my kids. They would say, never give her the mic. Because I have a few words. I didn't want to go off script because I thought that I might forget in all of the excitement what I wanted to say. But it's both an honor and a deeply emotional moment as I prepare for this chapter of my life with my retirement after 34 years with Pima County Public Library. This moment is filled with gratitude, reflection, and hope for the future. When I first walked through the doors of our library system, I knew I was entering a world where stories come to life, knowledge is boundless, and communities are built. What I didn't fully realize at the time was just how profoundly this journey would shape me. The library has been more than just a workplace. It's been a home where I have had the privilege of witnessing firsthand the transformative power of literacy, the unyielding strength of community, and the magic that happens when people are given the resources and encouragement to grow. Throughout my career, I've been inspired by the unwavering dedication of my colleagues, each bringing passion, creativity, and a deep commitment to service every single day. Together, we have built programs that extend far beyond bookshelves. We have created spaces that welcome, uplift, and empower everyone. We have championed literacy not just within our walls, but in the very fabric of our community. My additional involvement with Literacy Connects and Lutheran Social Services of the Southwest has only reinforced what I have always believed, that literacy is the foundation upon which opportunity is built, that libraries are more than repositories of books. They are gateways to lifelong learning, safe havens for curiosity, the catalysts for change, and that community service is not an obligation, but a privilege that allows us to shape a world that is more informed, more compassionate, and more connected. As I step into retirement, my heart is full in knowing that the legacy of our work together will continue in the hands of remarkable people like all of you. The future of the library is bright because it is powered by individuals who believe in its mission as fiercely as I do. Keep advocating for knowledge, keep fostering curiosity, keep opening doors for those who seek a better tomorrow. Thank you to my colleagues, mentors, friends, county administration, board of supervisors, especially Jan and Steve. Thank you for your support. Thank you to the community that has trusted and supported this institution. And most of all, thank you for allowing me to be part of something so much greater than myself. Though I may be retiring from my role, my commitment to libraries, literacy, and lifelong learning will never fade. I look forward to seeing the continued impact of your dedication, and I will always be cheering you on. Thank you.
All right, you have doubtless noticed that my colleagues have stayed in front of the dais because we are now going to recognize another retiree. That is Stella Montiel, Department Personnel Coordinator in the Finance and Risk Management Department for 30 years of service to Pima County.
Good morning. My name is Art Cuaron. I'm the Director of Finance and Risk Management for Pima County, and I have the distinct honor and privilege of presenting this plaque to Stella Montiel for, as the chair said, 30 plus years of service to Pima County, to residents, and to our internal and external stakeholders. So in full transparency, I didn't know that we were supposed to write speeches for this, so I'm off the cuff completely and entirely. I've been the director for just over 5 months, so it feels a little, how shall I say, the 5-month guy is presenting the 30-year guy with a plaque of plaque of appreciation. But in the time that I have come to know Stella, and from what I understand from working with her and her colleagues, she has been a very dependable, reliable employee with a strong work ethic and always willing to help and chip in where needed. Stella's 30-year career began, I think, in graphics. She spent some time in medical assistance facilities, transportation, and for the last 16 years has spent her time as a department personnel coordinator for the finance department. And we couldn't be it's a sad day, obviously, that she's leaving, and she has enormous shoes to fill, but also excited for Stella in the next chapter of her career. Stella played a vital role in the day-to-day operations of the finance department, and we're just really excited to be able to celebrate you and your career today with Pima County. So congratulations, and good luck in the next chapter of your career.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been able to meet so many people through these years and made a lot of friendships. I'll miss a lot of people. I remember telling my dad when I got hired with Pima County 30 plus years ago, how proud he was of me. And he's no longer with us, but I know he's still proud. Want to say thank you to my husband. Would not have been able to do all this without his support. So thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all very much. And be prepared because as has been the case in some of our more recent meetings, we do have a significant number of proclamations to present. The first one is on the regular agenda. It is item number 8. This is presentation of a proclamation to Jackie Craig, Strategic Communications Manager, Friends of Ironwood Forest, and Kate Houghton, Executive Director, Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection, proclaiming the day of Monday, June 9, 2025, to be Ironwood Forest Day. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Cano. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0, and Supervisor Allen will make the presentation.
So while our friends are coming up, I wanted to contextualize a little bit this proclamation because the previous meeting, we also had a resolution urging and supporting the protection of Ironwood Forest National Monument because it is one of the monuments that has made it on a list from the federal government as a monument to shrink in size and open up for resource extraction. So we issued a resolution opposing that and urging our congressional delegation to protect these places, particularly Ironwood Forest, that is important for our community, it's important for our desert and who we are for present generations and generations to come. So today we are proclaiming Ironwood Forest Day. So the proclamation reads, whereas the Ironwood Forest National Monument is a richly biodiverse and quintessential Sonoran Desert habitat within Pima County that encompasses 189,713 acres and parts or all of 7 mountain ranges, thus preserving a vast area in its natural wild state for the public interest. And whereas this large area protects ancient legume and cactus forests and is home to several threatened and endangered species and the last viable bighorn sheep herd indigenous to the Tucson Basin. And whereas the area has abundant rock art sites and archaeological remnants of both Native American and pioneering American structures, and whereas the Silver Bell Mountains support the highest density of ironwood trees in the Sonoran Desert and give the monument its name. And whereas the Ironwood Forest National Monument was created by presidential proclamation on June 9, 2000. Now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Monday, June 9, 2025 to be Ironwood Forest Day and invites all residents of our community to celebrate the 25th anniversary of this national treasure in their own neighborhoods. Passed and adopted this 3rd day of June, 2025. I will pass this on.
Sure, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Chairman Scott, Vice Chairman Allen, and the entire staff of the Board of Supervisors for making this happen. I have to say, I found, shepherding this process through, I found everybody so professional and responsive, so I'd like to thank you for that. And thank you for recognizing 25 years. When I started this process, the Ironwood Forest wasn't under a particular threat by the current administration. It is now, it's on a list, as Supervisor Allen said. So this coming Saturday, June 7th, the Friends of Ironwood Forest and other environmental nonprofits are organizing a day of action. 8 o'clock out at the Ironwood Forest, kind of a flash love fest, show you love the Ironwood Forest, so everybody's invited to come. 8 o'clock out at the Waterman Mountain Trailhead. So I'd love to see you all there. And I'm going to hand it over to some people with more expertise on the Ironwood Forest than me. Carolyn?
Yes, thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, and all of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Carolyn Campbell. I'm sitting in for Kate Houghton because she's out of town. I'm glad to come out of retirement for this wonderful proclamation. And all I wanted to say was it seems like just yesterday when we were all working together with Pima County to get the Ironwood Forest designated as a national monument with the Interior Department and the President. And we really consider this like the kickoff of the Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan. This was the first big piece of habitat preservation as we worked into all the great things that Pima County has done over many years. And it couldn't be a better partner than the Friends of Ironwood Forest to be working to continue to protect this as we see threats come around every 8 years or so. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Allen. We'll now move to item number 9 on the regular agenda. This is presentation of a proclamation to Dante Salerio, Executive Director Flux, proclaiming the month of June 2025 to be Pride Month in Pima County. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0. And Supervisor Cano is going to make the presentation, I just wanted to say something really quickly while he was coming to the front of the dais and while Mr. Salerio was coming up to accept the proclamation. Back in 1988, I was a city council member in Athens, Ohio, and we were prevailed upon by a group of our constituents, including Ohio University students, to add sexual orientation as a protected category under our city's anti-discrimination laws. And those covered the areas of housing, accommodation, and public accommodation and employment. And I was proud to introduce that ordinance. It was vetoed by the mayor. We overrode her veto, and it became law. And one of the model ordinances that we looked at in Athens, Ohio, was from Tucson, Arizona. I couldn't know, I couldn't know at that time that Tucson would eventually be my home, and I certainly couldn't know that I would be able to serve on an elected body, 40% of which is constituted by people who are able to live their lives with openness and character and integrity. So thank you, Supervisor Cano.
And I have nothing further to say after Chair Scott's remarks. Good morning, everyone. So grateful for all of you for being here. It's going to be a long proclamation morning, so bear with us. And hi, Dante. Good to see you. Whereas the Pima County Board of Supervisors recognizes the month of June 2025 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month throughout Pima County. And whereas Pima County honors the history of the LGBTQ liberation movement and supports the rights of all citizens to experience equality and freedom from discrimination. And whereas LGBTQ plus individuals have had immeasurable impact to the cultural, civic, and economic successes of our county. And while society at large increasingly supports LGBTQ plus equality, the need for education and awareness remains vital. And whereas this nation was founded on the principle that every individual has dignity and worth, and the Pima County Board of Supervisors calls upon the residents of our community to embrace this principle and work to eliminate prejudice everywhere it exists. And whereas celebrating Pride Month brings awareness and provides support and advocacy for Pima County County's LGBTQ+ communities and is an opportunity to take action and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights, an urgent need in our community and our country. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of June 2025 to be Pride Month in Pima County in support of the LGBTQ+ community and recognizing all LGBTQ+ residents whose influential and lasting contributions to our neighborhoods make Pima County a vibrant community in which to live, work, and visit, passed and adopted this third day of June 2025.
Thank you, supervisors, for the acknowledgement of my existence, my community's existence. At the end of the day, we're all human beings. You know, we're all just trying to live our lives. I'm the same person who's going to help you at Home Depot. I'm the same person who's going to hold the door for you. I'm the same person who's going to help you if you fall down. So that's just something for all of us, I think, to think about in the long term. So thank you. I think they both said everything that I could possibly say. So I am honored and appreciative for supporting all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cano. Also on the regular agenda, this is item number 10. We have presentation of a proclamation to Chelsea Peters, National Weather Service, Matthew McClone, Pima County Office of Emergency Management, and Ed Buster, City of Tucson Water Department, proclaiming the week of June 8 through June 14, 2025 to be Monsoon Safety Awareness Week. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 4-0, and I will be making this presentation. All right, whereas the National Weather Service monitors severe weather and provides warnings to people within Pima County 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and whereas the National Weather Service works in close cooperation with local media outlets to provide critical weather information as quickly as possible to protect lives and property from the hazards of severe weather, and whereas due to its location and geography, Pima County frequently experiences thunderstorm-generated wind, dust, electrical storms, and dangerous flash floods during the summer monsoon, all of which pose a threat to the community. And whereas public safety during the monsoon begins with teamwork between community partners and emergency responder agencies who unite to promote flood safety awareness and advance the life-saving message of Monsoon Safety starts with you. And whereas the National Weather Service works in conjunction with the Pima County Office of Emergency Management, Pima County Regional Flood Control District, Pima County Sheriff's Department, municipal and tribal jurisdictional partners, American Red Cross, and utility partners, as well as local media partners, volunteer organizations, and other federal and state agencies to inform the community about what to do when severe weather strikes during the monsoon. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of June 8 through June 14, 2025, to be Monsoon Safety Awareness Week and encourages all citizens to acquaint themselves with severe weather safety information and to use these life-saving recommendations to protect themselves and their families from the hazards that accompany the summer monsoon. Congratulations. Who's your spokesperson? You can do that, Mr. McClone?
Yes, good morning. My name is Matt McGlone. I'm with Pima County Office of Emergency Management, and I want to thank the board as well as county leadership for the opportunity to have this proclamation for the important response work and, more important, also preparedness for monsoon season. I'm not going to talk too long because everybody would like to hear from the Weather Service to hear about the monsoon, I'm assuming, and rainfall since we just had a little bit, so I'll pass it on, but I just want to make sure we got that thank you out. I'm going to pass it over to the Chelsea over the National Weather Service so that she can tell us the important stuff.
Thanks, Matt, and thank you for the proclamation. I'm Chelsea Peters. I'm the Warning Coordination Meteorologist at the National Weather Service. I have some of my colleagues here too. I'll let them introduce themselves, and then I'll give a brief about monsoon safety awareness and why it's important this year.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us. My name's Simran. I'm an intern at the National Weather Service this summer, and I'm happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Key Malarkey. I'm a meteorologist at the National Weather Service in Tucson.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hannah Koska, and I'm another summer intern at the National Weather Service this summer.
All right, thank you. So this monsoon season, in addition to all of the normal threats that we see associated with thunderstorms, lightning, strong gusty winds, flash flooding, we also want to mention that monsoon season stretches during the hottest summer months. So not only is all of the things associated with thunderstorms very important to stay weather aware for, but also heat. And I will remind everyone, every year, heat is the #1 weather-related killer. And all of those deaths are preventable. This past year, Pima County, through the Pima County Health Department and the CDC, reported 101 heat-related deaths. 37 of those were directly caused. All of those are preventable. So again, stay safe, not only for the thunderstorm-related hazards, but also all the days in between when heat is the primary and the #1 weather-related killer. Stay safe this summer. Thank you all.
Mr. Buster, anything from the city of Tucson?
Drink water. Lots and lots of water.
Excellent. All right, now we are going to move to the addendum for the remainder of our presentations. And the first one is presentation of a proclamation to Presiding Judge Michael Butler, Juvenile Court, proclaiming the day of Saturday, June 14, 2025, to be Pima County Family Reunification Day. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Cano. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0, and I will be presenting this proclamation as well, Judge Butler. Oh, and you have an entourage. And I should point out that Judge Danielle Liskey, who is the presiding judge of Superior Court, is also here. Whereas all children need the care, love, security, and stability of family unity, including parents, siblings, grandparents, and other extended family members, to provide a solid foundation for personal growth, development, and maturity. And whereas whenever possible and without sacrificing child safety, keeping Arizona families together is an important goal for our communities and is the best option for a permanent, safe, and loving home for many children in foster care. And whereas reunification takes work, commitment, and investment of time and resources by parents, family members, social workers, foster parents, service providers, attorneys, courts, educators, and the community. And whereas for many years, a number of jurisdictions in the United States have been celebrating the accomplishments of families who have overcome an array of challenges to reunify safely and successfully. And whereas Family Reunification Day, June 14, 2025, is an opportunity to recognize families who have successfully overcome the challenges that brought their children into out-of-home care. And whereas the Honorable Douglas A. Ducey, Governor of the state of Arizona, did proclaim June 2020 as Arizona Family Reunification Month on May 14, 2020, now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Saturday, June 14, 2025 to be Pima County Family Reunification Day. Congratulations.
It's hard to follow up the drama of the Monsoon Proclamation. But I'd like to thank Judge Liskey for being here. We also have our Deputy Court Administrator from Juvenile Court, Jen Torsia, as well as our Assistant Director of our Child and Family Services, Stephanie Chavez. And I'd just like to say that this is a great celebration for us. Our work at the Juvenile Court, our success, every case we have, we want to have a reunified family. And this just celebrates those that reunify, which happily goes up every year. So we appreciate the proclamation and thank you to the Board of Directors.
Thank you. Board of Supervisors. Thank you. Anybody else? No? All right. Okay, very good. Gee, you'd think they'd want to stay for the whole meeting. Continuing on the addendum, presentation of a proclamation to Monica Basurto, Tisha Ronquillo, and Alyssa Basurto, event organizers, proclaiming the month of June 2025 to be Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Item passes unanimously, and it will be presented by Supervisor Cano.
All right. You guys ready? Okay. Whereas mental health is essential to everyone's overall well-being, and mental illnesses are common and treatable. And whereas men account for nearly 80% of all suicide deaths in the United States, a stark disparity that reflects the urgent need to expand culturally responsive outreach, care, and dialogue among male populations. And whereas, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, suicide remains a leading cause of death among men, who are more than 3 times as likely to die by suicide compared to women. And whereas data from the National Alliance on Mental Illness shows that men are significantly less likely to seek mental health treatment than women, only 1 in 4 men who experience mental illness seek help due to stigma, societal expectations, and the underdiagnosis. And whereas in Arizona, suicide is the second leading cause of death for individuals ages 15 to 34, and mental health conditions continue to rise among both youth and adults, especially in underserved regions like Southern Arizona, where access to care remains limited. And whereas June is recognized nationally as Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, a time to break the stigma, elevate culturally grounded healing, and ensure that all men, regardless of background, feel safe and supported in seeking help. And whereas the Tucson community will gather on Sunday, June 22nd at American Eat Company to participate in a memorial cruise organized by family, friends, and neighbors in loving memory of Adam, Abby Basurto, and Frankie Velasco, whose passing has sparked an urgent community call to action for healing, awareness, and prevention. And whereas community-based healing spaces like this event serve as vital affirmations that grief, remembrance, and advocacy must coexist in our fight to end the silent suffering that too many men endure. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of June 2025 to be Men's Mental Health Awareness Month and calls upon all Pima County residents to foster inclusive mental wellness strategies, support trauma-informed resources, and stand with the families and communities working to turn loss into hope. Passed and adopted this third day of June. When this was presented to me, I said yes immediately to the opportunity to bring awareness to this important issue. And I want to thank the brave Pima County residents who stand behind me with their stories of struggle, of hope, and most importantly of advocacy as we work together on this important issue. I look forward to a successful event on June 22nd in memory of our family members and in memory of our community who has the shared commitment to everyone that we bring attention to this important issue. So I'm going to pass it over right now to Ms. Basurto. Excuse me.
I would just like to say thank you to everyone who's here today. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors for approving this proclamation that's very important to all of us standing here. I'm going to pass it over. I'm going to let his wife say a few words, and I'm going to pass it over to his grandma, his sister, if she wants to say anything as well.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you all for being here. I wasn't really prepared to say anything, but I guess I'm speaking for everyone here too, that we are very, very grateful for this proclamation and all that it entails, and we appreciate you being here.
Good morning. Thank you, everyone. My name is Gloria. Adam is my grandson. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors. I just want to say, of course, it's very emotional. Adam was a wonderful young man, 31 years old, whole life ahead of him, newly married to his beautiful wife, year and a half, great job at UPS, had a wonderful clothing line called TOP for the Old Pueblo. You never know. We always think it can't happen to anyone in our family, but it does. Speak to your friends, speak to your family. Even when they're happy, there's always little underlying signs that we need to be aware of. Read about it. Make yourself knowledgeable on how you can try to help someone from thinking that that's the only way out of the darkness. It isn't. Adam knew he was loved. Frankie knew he was loved. They had full family support, but they had darkness and mental issues that we didn't recognize at the time. We've done a few little things in support of mental health, which is Abby Sandwich Sunday. We have a mental health support group on that day for anyone who chooses to join us, just to talk, share anything that you may want to discuss that's bothering you. You know, any joy, any sorrow, work. There's so many things related to mental health, and it isn't just men, although men are the least ones to acknowledge that they might have a problem or seek help. Again, the Board of Supervisors, thank you so much for acknowledging this and giving us this proclamation. It means a lot to all of us in memory of these two wonderful young men. Their memories live on through all of us and my daughter and his wife and all of the support that we try to give them in doing fundraisers and whatever we can do to bring awareness. Thank you again. Appreciate you.
Hi, my name is Tisha Ronquillo. I thank you, Andres Cano, and the board also for allowing us to have this proclamation. My goal here with this family, as well as I consider them my family as well, is to help normalize seeking help for men and sharing information about mental health. This event is going to have information for everyone, and we're also creating a car show to involve more of our community. And my goal is to put the awareness out and also to break the stigma. So thank you so much, Andres. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, and thank you for the proclamation.
Thank you, Supervisor Cano. And before I move on to addendum item number 3, wanted to announce that Supervisor Hines has joined us. Good morning, Supervisor. All right, so addendum item number 3 is presentation of a proclamation to Ashley LaRussa, founder, Blacks Friday, Andre Whittington, Executive Director, Growth Partners of Arizona, Kristen Tovar, owner, and Angelique Abram Montano, Director of Operations, Why I Love Where I Live, Jessica Barfield, Director of Tucson Business Development, Local First AZ, Moniqua Lane, Board Member, Tucson IDA, Groundswell Capital, and Dr. Shannon Roberts, Chair, African American Legacy Fund, proclaiming the day of Friday, June 6, 2025 to be the 5th anniversary of Blacks Friday. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Item passes 5-0, and it will be presented by Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I'm going to go right into the proclamation. Whereas Black-owned businesses are essential to a thriving and equitable economy, yet remain underrepresented, making up just 1.5% of small businesses in Arizona, despite Black Arizonans comprising 4.7% of the state's population. Whereas the National Bureau of Economic Research found that 41% of Black-owned businesses in the United States were lost in early 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, underscoring the need for bold and community-driven economic support. And whereas in June 2020, in the spirit of resilience and innovation, Blacks Friday was founded to elevate and connect Black-owned businesses across Arizona, becoming the state's largest Black business directory and the only app of its kind. And whereas over the past 5 years, Blacks Friday has identified and promoted more than 2,000 Black-owned businesses, launched transformational programs like Soul Food Wednesdays, the Pitch Black Grant Competition, and Arizona's first community-managed BIPOC loan fund, and it has formed key partnerships, including with the State of Black Arizona, Why I Love Where I Live, Community Investment Corporation, Growth Partners Arizona, Groundswell Capital, Startup Tucson, the Community Foundation for Southern Arizona, African American Legacy Fund, and Local First Arizona. And whereas Blacks Friday continues to serve as a statewide model for economic equity, cultural celebrations, and grassroots entrepreneurship, now, therefore, therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Friday, June 6th to be the 5th anniversary of Black Friday and honors Ashley LaRussa and the Black Friday community for 5 years of incredible visionary service, innovation, and commitment to building a more inclusive and prosperous Arizona, passed and adopted this 3rd day of June 2025. Congratulations.
Thank you, Andreas. Good morning. My name is Ashley LaRussa, founder and owner of Black's Friday. And as we said in our beautiful proclamation by the wonderful Pima County Board of Supervisors, thank you. Since 2020 of June, we have been organizing and implementing goals with community members, stakeholders, businesses, and nonprofit organizations in an effort of bridging relationships. Black Friday provides Arizona with access to Black businesses, which in turn provides funding opportunities, speaking engagements, and awareness. Because of these Black businesses, our local economy thrives. We foresee the directory developing to be the statewide entrepreneurial resource for sustainability and for strong Black businesses in an ecosystem that's supported by its very community. As Andreas said, we have 2,000, but we know there are so many more, and we are so privileged to be able to locate these Black-owned businesses statewide. It takes a community to support us. In the demographics, we do make up 1.5%, and so it is so important to continue this work. If you would like to see more of us, we'll be gathering June 20th for our 5th year celebration downtown. Please follow Black's Friday, and a huge shout out again to all of our key partners here with us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Cano. We now have a presentation of a proclamation to Patricia Maish, representative Everytown for Gun Safety and Moms Demand Action, proclaiming the day of Friday, June 6, 2025, to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day in Pima County. I'll move the item.
Second.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Opposed. Thank you, Supervisor. Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed, and I'll be presenting this proclamation. Ms. Maish is always good every year, reminding us to recognize this very important week. I like all of my constituents, but she's certainly one of my favorites, especially given the role that she played at the Safeway shootings back in January of 2011, where she was one of the people responsible for disarming Jared Loeffner before he could shoot more people at that tragic event. Whereas every day, 125 people in the United States are killed by gun violence and more than 260 are shot and wounded, with an average of more than 19,000 gun homicides every year. And people in the U.S. are 26 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income countries. And whereas Arizona has 1,344 gun deaths every year, with a rate of 17.7 deaths per 100,000 people, the 17th highest rate of gun deaths in the United States, a crisis that costs the state $15.9 billion each year, of which $253.2 million is paid by taxpayers. And whereas support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens goes hand in hand with keeping guns away from those who are a danger to themselves or others. And whereas in January 2013, Hadia Pendleton was tragically shot and killed at age 15. And on June 6, 2025, to recognize the 28th birthday of Hadia Pendleton, born June 2, 1997, people across the U.S. will recognize National Gun Violence Awareness Day and wear orange in tribute to Hadia Pendleton and other victims of gun violence and their loved ones. Whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the hands of people who should not have access to them and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our families and communities safe. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Friday, June 6, 2025 to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day in Pima County and encourages all citizens to support their local communities' efforts to prevent the tragic effects of gun violence and to honor and value human lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Scott. I always have to give recognition to Bill Badger and Roger Salzgeber for giving me the opportunity to help them. They were two good guys without guns that tackled the shooter that day and gave me an opportunity to take a magazine away from him. I'd like to tag on to the mental health proclamation. 100 people plus a day die in this country by gun, and 2/3 of those are by suicide. And I don't know the breakdown between men and women, but we have a mass shooting every day. It's just across the country by single shootings. And I'd like to thank my friends for being up here with me. We welcome anybody who is in favor of stopping the gun violence to join us. And Hadia, not only orange was her favorite color, but the other reason we wear orange is so that hunters know that we're humans and don't shoot. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for the recognition every year. Appreciate all of the supervisors, especially my supervisor, Supervisor Scott. Thank you so much. We'll make it short so that you can get on with your meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to say one more thing. It's a coalition. We have Arizona for gun safety. We have Gibbers for gun safety. Every town mom and Peace Smart for storing their own safety.
Thank you very much, Pat.
Thank you. We have
All right, we have one more proclamation, and that is presentation of a proclamation to Steve Valencia, founding member, Tucson chapter, Jobs with Justice, proclaiming the day of Tuesday, June 3, 2025 to be Jobs with Justice Day. I'll move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Allen. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0 because Supervisor Christie had to leave the dais. And Supervisor Allen will make the presentation.
Hello.
Hey, Jen, how are you?
So before I read the proclamation, I wanted to just make one little note. This was originally intended to be a surprise. We were trying to keep this a secret from Steve Valencia because he was the founder of Jobs for Justice, and he did not know that this was being pulled together by Marta. And one of the things that I learned about the founding, which is just a quick story I wanted to recap, my understanding of the history, Steve Valencia's neighbor was working in a factory here in town and had been developing lesions on her arm, skin condition, and was fed up and felt like she could not get any response from the management about the working conditions that workers were being exposed to. She was going to just take to the streets and protest, hold up some signs demanding some public scrutiny of the employer. And she was explaining this to Steve, and Steve was like, no, don't do that. I'll do that. You go back to work. Don't risk your job. Let me go out and bring this to the public on your behalf without risking your job. That action became the impetus towards forming a Jobs with Justice here in Tucson, and has since then built a strong, almost entirely volunteer for the 35 years of its existence. With the recent hiring of Marta as the organizer, has shifted to having a staff person. So it's tremendous work. So it is a real privilege to recognize that work and its impact that it's had on our community. So I'm going to give you that to hold if you do not mind. So proclamation reads, whereas Jobs with Justice is a nonprofit workers advocacy organization founded in 1987 and now has chapters in more than 40 cities and 25 states, with the goal that all workers should have collective bargaining rights, employment security, and a decent standard of living within an economy that works for everyone. And whereas the Tucson chapter of Jobs with Justice was founded in Pima County in 1990 with a commitment to workers' rights, collective bargaining, and strengthening the trade union movement in Pima County and Arizona. And whereas Jobs with Justice now operates statewide in Arizona, bringing together labor, community, student, and faith voices at the state and local levels to win workers' rights and shape the public discourse on economic justice issues in Arizona. And whereas the Tucson chapter of Jobs with Justice provides critical coalition-building support between unions and community organizations that has supported numerous union campaigns for better pay and working conditions, as well as partnered with local governments for measures like protections for workers from intense heat. And whereas Steve Valencia has been a vital leader and driving force throughout the 35-year history of the local chapter of Jobs with Justice, ensuring that it is one of the longest running and most active local Jobs with Justice coalitions in the country. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025 to be Jobs with Justice Day, and encourages all in our community to join in celebrating this remarkable milestone and to observe this day by supporting local unions and their efforts to organize, protect, and empower working families, contributing to a stronger, more equitable economy. Passed and adopted this third day of June 2025.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the Pima County Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Allen. This is it's been quite a journey, and we're not over with. We have a lot of people in the streets now demanding that their labor be valued. The Starbucks workers, the people at the loft, bookmans. And we actually have another growing epidemic type of thing with the construction workers. And today, I'm really proud to say that the president of the Bricklayers Union is here today, and that's Jake Gonzalez, with the international rep Eduardo Zavala, and organizer Raimundo Hernandez are here because they care about the construction workers and the plight that's going on at the moment. I want to give them a shout out because this is new ground for us here in Jobs with Justice. I just want to say, too, that it's the value of labor that Jobs with Justice is committed to. We have been involved in many different, campaigns over the years. And, Supervisor Allen is correct. Is that we were like discovered, you might say, by a woman by the name of Frida McGrath, who is the president of CWA Local 7026. And that's Cecilia Valdez's local as well. And she saw what we were doing because these workers at Kruger said they wanted to walk out like Supervisor Allen is saying. And I said, you better not do that because the Reagan administration has been busting unions left and right. So stay in your job, protect your job, and let the community take this up as a community grievance. This is our grievance that we are tired of the low wages. We're tired of these workers struggling under many different, hardships. And we don't win everything that we try. But in this particular case, we did, and they wound up getting a good contract after Univision was there, Telemundo, and a bunch of people from the civil rights, women's groups, seniors and students came out to along with the labor movement. So that's the way we do it, and that's the kind of values that we have going forward. And so basically, we want to make this Tucson continue to be a union town. We want to build up the value of labor to the point where, we're not exploited as deeply as we are today. And we want to come out fighting is what it is. And I don't want to talk too long, but there's other folks here that probably would like to say a couple of words. I don't want to hog up all the time.
You pass it to Mita first?
Mita.
Good morning. My name is Mita Cuaron. And I just want to say that after 42 years of not knowing where this man was, our lives were reunited as together. And as youth, we were struggling in the civil rights movement of Los Angeles. And I stand so proud to be next to my husband, Steve Valencia, after 42 years of separation.
Hi, my name is Cecilia Valdez, and I'm a CWA member for 47 years. And yes, I've known Steve for 30 years or more, shall I say. We served together under what used to be the Southern Arizona Central Labor Council. Steve has been here for every labor organization that needs assistance, whether it be Rally or not. And, we have an old story. It's an FOF. If you're a friend of Frida's, they're very far and in between. She was my president back in when Steve organized the Job with Justice, and she was from Ireland, and so she was very, very strong union woman that didn't take no for any answer. So, I mean, we're FOS, we're Friends of Frida's, and very few are around us. And so thank you so much, Steve, for all of the work you do in the community. And I'm also the chair of the Pima Area Labor Federation, and we've been there together to support all the unions and all of the ones that want to be union. And those that don't have the right to be union are also invited with like-minded organizations. So here's Marta now.
Thank you so much, Jen, Supervisor Jen. Thank you, Steve, for all you do. You are an amazing boss. So thank you for everything. Do you guys want to say something?
Congratulations, Steve. I've known you since 1998. Eva Dong introduced me when I first came to Sunnyside High School. You are an amazing person. Whatever any union needs help, any worker who needs help, Steve is the person who helps them. He does a phenomenal job. I don't think he sleeps because he's always doing something for someone. Whenever we have a protest or wherever we have a march, we always need water, we always need something, and Steve is always there for all of us, for every single group that there is here in Tucson. And also he's gone up to Phoenix and helped out up at Phoenix. He helps with all of the candidates. He is an amazing man, and he does amazing work. Not only is he an amazing man, he makes things happen positively for every person, for every union person, for every worker. So thanks, Steve, and thank you, supervisors, for having this proclamation. It's well deserved.
Thank you, Roland. And I want to thank Supervisor Allen for presenting the proclamation and for all of the supervisors on the board today to recognize this very important organization and for Steve Valencia's leadership of it. I would say that Well, I was dropped into the labor movement when I was only in my early 20s and went to work at a Sarco mission unit as a miner and became a steelworker. I met Steve not long after that, and Steve has provided the best leadership that you can imagine for this important community-based labor organization. So congratulations, Steve, and here's to many more years of tireless work ahead of you. Thank you.
Andres, I'm sorry.
Take the mic.
Supervisor Allen, I've talked a lot today, so thank you for letting me participate in the celebration of an incredible, devoted public servant. Congratulations, Steve.
Well deserved.
Hello, my name is Henry Trejo. I've been in the workforce for over 45 years and I'm still around with Steve. But, I've seen a lot of challenges that have gone. The workers have survived here in Arizona, a lot of problems, a lot of strikes. And it's like people like Steve Valencia that keep the voice alive for the working people. Despite a lot of corporations and elected supervisors and officials in Arizona, they've tried to take the voice away from our workers here in southern Arizona. And they have not survived. They have not accomplished their goal because of people like Steve Valencia keeping up the fight, keeping the people together, and make sure that people listen to us. Thank you.
Check the photo. Yay.
All right. We have, those were the end of our proclamations. We have 2 time certain items for 10:30, which is in 9 minutes. So what I'm going to do is go to call to the public, and we have 2 telephonic just one now? Okay. So we have 20 speakers, which under our regulations mean that each speaker has 2 minutes. We're going to hear from our telephonic speaker, and then we will go to our time certain items. I'm going to go ahead and read the rules and regulations for call to the public. Citizens attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board, may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistling, yells, and similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. Our telephonic speaker is Deborah McGurry. Ms. McGurry, if you're online, you have 2 minutes to address the Board of Supervisors. Oh, she did. They both have left. Okay. In that case, I'm going to try and work in as many of our in-person speakers as I can. And in this order, if you want to come to the front of the room, you'll each have 2 minutes. Lori Moore, Chris Conniff, and I think Cecilia Valdez left. She was here to honor Mr. Valencia, but I think she left. So Corey Stevens will be after Mr. Conniff. Right, go ahead, Ms. Moore.
So are we back to 3 if somebody dropped out? Just wondering.
Yes, yes, we would be. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're going to go to 3 then. Thank you, Ms. Moore. Yes, because we're now down to 19. I appreciate that.
I was going to have to talk really fast. Okay, my name is Laurie Moore. The definition for a vagrant or an unsheltered person is a hygiene-challenged individual without a settled home or work, who may be mentally ill, who may be addicted to drugs, who may be a criminal, who wanders from place to place, and lives by begging, panhandling, which should come with a $140 fine, which is never imposed, loitering, trespassing, and littering, which should come with a $500 fine, which is never imposed. May I propose you impose those fines? Vagrants have the freedom to do drugs, apparently, and carry machetes and hatchets, and spread their filth in designated or undesignated locations in our town. Vagrants in Pima County are mostly U.S. citizens existing in the most deplorable conditions. You see them, you walk around them, you drive by them, but mostly you ignore them every day. You hope you don't have to stop at a light to make eye contact with them. The crimes associated with the unsheltered population are becoming more frequent and tragic. Yet that does not appear to motivate our Democrat-run county to act in any sense of urgency, except to apologize and offer up prayers for the victims. Blah, blah, blah. This board of Democrats has excelled at giving out one-way tickets to illegal migrants. You gave out 600,000 one-way tickets to illegals so they could invade this country, and you moved them pretty darn fast wherever they wanted to go. You aided, abetted, harbored, and lured the illegal border crossers with money, food, clothing, and shelter. They did not have to beg for anything. They ate well. They were put up in motels. They did not have to sleep in a tent or on a mattress under a bridge. They were given free medical attention, free everything. Illegals with no allegiance to this country were treated like royalty. Democrat leadership is not addressing the vagrant and unsheltered population in Pima County. With that being said, why not give vagrants the option of paying their fines or go to jail or transport our unsheltered population to a well-equipped sanctuary state who can care for them, like California? Sanctuary cities have resources that we clearly do not have, or we are not willing to provide them with any expediency. Do not raise our taxes to house these vagrants. That will not address the root cause, but only take them off the street and move the problems of drugs, filth, and crime indoors. Soon, these taxpayer-funded shelters will be slums. Do the humane thing and transport these needy people to a sanctuary state of their choice, like you did for the illegals, so that they and the residents of Pima County will be safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Mr. Conniff.
Hello again. I'm a retired deputy. I'm sorry.
Before we begin, Mr. Conniff, and we won't take away from your time, when speakers are speaking, I heard a couple of comments from the audience when Ms. Moore was speaking. That is not something that we do. Excuse me, if you want to fill out a speaker card, you can fill out a speaker card, but while the speaker is speaking, they are not to be interrupted. Okay. Thank you.
Good.
Go ahead, Mr. Conniff.
I'm a retired deputy with the Pima County Sheriff's Department. I've spoken here a couple times before. I'm speaking about the lack of accountability regarding the response to the sexual assault of a female deputy sheriff on December 18th, 2023. This assault resulted in the felony conviction of Sergeant Ricky Garcia. I sat through this trial, and the following is a basic timeline of the response. At 1:56 a.m., a deputy notified the captain and his chain of command of a sexual assault. At 2:31 a.m., a bureau chief texted both the captain and lieutenant in the same chain of command, indicating he had spoke to the lieutenant and the lieutenant would take the victim home. At 2:50 a.m., the lieutenant arrives at the scene and advised the reporting deputy to call 911 if he wanted to. He wanted the deputy to call 911. 2 minutes later, the initial deputy called 911 directly to report a sexual assault. At 3:40 a.m., a patrol sergeant unrelated to this chain of command knocks on the door. 100 minutes went by from the initial knowledge being passed up the chain of command before anyone made any overt attempt to help the victim in this case. 50 minutes passed with her lieutenant on the scene, and I would ask you to set an alarm on your phones for 100 minutes from now and realize this is the time frame of the victim being served up on a platter by her chain of command. Anyone with a sliver of integrity would have fallen on their sword and admitted they did wrong by the victim in this case. Instead, the command staff took their swords and stuck them in the victim's back. Their answer was to have 2 bureau chiefs investigate 2 other bureau chiefs in an IA investigation, and shocker, no one did anything wrong. Please bring back, this was not an IA investigation, it was a CYA investigation. Please bring back the Attorney General to investigate this response, as the Sheriff's Department command staff is obviously compromised in this matter. Thank you for your time and have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Conniff. Okay, we're going to hear from Ms. Stevens, then we're going to go to our time certain items, and after that, we'll return to call to the public. Ms. Stevens.
Encampments scattered across Tucson are a visible reminder of the failures of Tucson and Pima County's elected officials. While the city has implemented a tiered system to categorize and manage these encampments, the question remains, is this system solving the root causes or merely masking the symptoms? Under this tiered approach, encampments are ranked based on factors such as size, safety, and proximity to the community. While on paper this seems like a logical way to prioritize resources, the underlying expectation that homeless individuals can self-govern within these encampments is problematic at best and at worst in practice a failure. We're asking individuals burdened by the weight of drug addiction, mental health struggles, and economic despair to regulate their behavior and maintain order, all without adequate support. The expectation is not only unrealistic, but deeply disturbing. These are complex, layered issues that cannot be solved by ranking system or by expecting self-governance in an environment devoid of hope or resources. Between May 23rd through the 24th, there were numerous random fires across Tucson and Pima County, which included the abandoned AM/PM fire on 22nd due to homeless activity. The encampment in the Santa Cruz River at I-19 in Irvington that was reported was a great example of self-governing gone wrong. Numerous totes were seized containing stolen clothing, tools, purses, and let's not forget the stockpile of weapons and ammunition. At what point is self-governing encampment considered a community, a neighborhood that should be policed, or its residents be forced to abide the same laws and regulations that we tax-paying citizens must abide by? The vast majority of these individuals choose this lifestyle. We do not choose to become victims of their choices, and yet you fail to protect us. My daughter had one of her regular customers come into a restaurant that she works at. His face bruised and battered, and his arm was in a cast. He encountered a homeless man while walking who asked for money. When he refused, he beat him and pulled out a pipe and beat him repeatedly. When will you guys address the situation? TPD took 2 hours to come to his aid. Raising our taxes will not solve this problem. De minimis amounts of money, Matt, will not solve this problem. I should not have to pay for this. You've had years to solve this problem, yet you have not. We need businesses to come here. We need to rise these people up. They need help, and you have refused to help them. Businesses are suffering. The community is suffering. Those people are suffering. Do something about it, and I do not want to pay for it.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. As I said, we have 2 times certain items. Supervisor Hines requested that agenda item number 19 and addendum item number 6 be heard at 10:30. So we're going to go to number 19, affordable housing appropriations for fiscal year 26. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, Chair Scott. We've had quite a few discussions about affordable housing and how best to approach this issue. I differ with some of our speakers there, but I do believe that there is a role the county can play, as we've discussed. And after a lot of work with my colleagues, after listening to their concerns and working with their teams, I believe we have a pathway forward, and that is broken into 2 pieces. The first item is this is item 19. This is regarding this fiscal year 26. Pretty simple. This is simply without any change to the property tax rate. I propose that we increase the allocation by $3.5 million that we dedicate to affordable housing, bringing the total to $8.5 million for fiscal year 26. The administrator has indicated already that she can find savings elsewhere in the fiscal year 26 budget and utilize the more robust ending fund balance of fiscal year 2025, more than was originally forecast, to pay for this. And then the second item is a 10-year plan that starts in 2027.
I'm sorry, Supervisor, we can only talk about item 19
one
for
at a
right
time.
now.
My bad. And then I guess in that case, I would move the item I just described.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Kano. Further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
I've let everyone know pretty much my feeling about raising property taxes to pay for affordable housing, how unfair it is for those who have saved all their lives to make sure that their mortgage is paid, their property's taken care of. They have a nest egg maybe in their retirement years or some kind of option of what to do with the assets and the equity that's been acquired in their efforts to pay for their homes. What happens after the home is paid off, after all these years of hard work and labor and expense, is that the owner of the house is still really not the owner. They're merely paying rent to the county because the county is imposing taxes like my colleague, Supervisor Hines, is proposing. And like any good landlord, if those property taxes are not paid, the house will be taken away from them. This is an unjust and unfair way of doing it. I've said much of this before, so I won't go into a lot of repetition. However, I am old enough to remember that this board some years ago had several other very controversial issues, if not expensive issues, that dealt with taxes, particularly road improvement, the road repair plan, multi-millions of dollars involved in that, and how we should approach that. It was a very not necessarily a controversial issue, but a very important issue to many people, the condition of our roads. We also had a situation where a company by the name of Monsanto came into Pima County, and there was a lot of discussion and controversy over that. In both cases, with this amount of public interest, with this amount of expense being passed on to the public, I would propose that this issue needs to have what we had then. That is countywide listening sessions created and generated by the county administration and put together in order for the public to have a debate and a discussion on the cost that it's going to be imposed upon taxpayers, and that they have a right to listen to the plan, and they also have the same right to debate the plan and to express their feelings about the plan. This is being really shoved through. Fortunately, we were able to continue the item because I knew I didn't have the votes to stop it, but I could continue it, which I felt would give it longer time in the public domain for people to look at and to analyze and for everybody to see it. And now we need to take it one more step for the community, for the taxpayer, where they have an opportunity to be heard, where they have an opportunity to state their feelings that no one seems to be concerned about, that it's the taxpayers that are paying for affordable housing, which means that the taxpayers are going to help the developers, most of them out of state, with incentives to build these apartment complexes, and that's really all they are. And they will be inhabited by people who are being subsidized with rent assistance by the taxpayers, the same people paying the property taxes. Those people paying the property taxes need to have an opportunity to voice their concerns and to question why this is being done. So, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion at this time that the Board of Supervisors, through the county administrator, arrange to have countywide listening sessions to the public, particularly to those who are paying mortgages, have paid mortgages, and are now paying rent to the county, to know all of the details about affordable housing and who's really paying for it and what it means throughout the county over the next 30 days.
So, Supervisor, just to be clear, there is a motion on the floor. You're making your motion as a substitute motion to the one that's on the floor?
That would be correct.
Okay. All right, that motion dies for lack of a second. Any other discussion or comment from my colleague, Supervisor Kano?
Thank you, Chair Scott. Supervisor Hines, I wanted to clarify some comments from the dais. Does this item number 19 raise property taxes?
No, it does not.
Thank you, Supervisor Hines. Chair Scott, I'm going to offer some comments before we go to a vote, if that's okay.
Please.
I want to thank members of the public who have engaged on this issue from all sides. And last Friday, the District 5 office hosted a roundtable with affordable housing advocates that really helped navigate my housing priorities, but most importantly, it gave me a pulse of what community needs. Affordable housing is a human right, and today's action proves that when we work together across districts, Pima County can deliver real solutions for the people who need them most. Too many of our neighbors, seniors on fixed incomes, families with young kids, frontline workers are living one rent increase away from crisis. They are not asking for handouts. They're asking for a fair shot at a stable home, a livable neighborhood, and a future rooted in dignity. And that's exactly what this investment moves us closer to. I want to thank the county administrator for identifying the funding needed to move this proposal forward, and my colleague from District 2 for bringing this idea to the board. This proposal wasn't perfect when introduced, but we strengthened the policy, added some guardrails, and got it done without raising the primary property tax rate. That's a really big deal, especially right now. District 5 insisted on a solution that is regionally grounded, fiscally responsible, and shaped by the realities that our residents face. That means making this plan work for tribal communities, rural towns, mobile home residents, and urban renters alike. Because housing justice doesn't belong to one zip code, it belongs to all of us. Now, some may say that government shouldn't play a role in housing, but I believe this. When the state stalls and the federal government is uncertain, local government must step up. Housing is infrastructure. Housing is public safety. Housing is economic development. And this is how we as Pima County invest in people. This policy for the year ahead will set a new bar, and we've got more work to do. Combined, this will be an $11 million investment. That is huge and historic, and we should celebrate that investment. Today, we're one step closer where Pima County can lead the way on affordable housing and encourage our jurisdictional partners in the region to also do their part so that we can all stay and thrive in the place that we call home. So I want to keep going together. And Supervisor Hines, I really appreciate the courtesy that you gave me and the District 5 staff as we worked to do this proposal without increasing the primary property tax rate. Thanks.
Supervisor Allen.
You knew before I even reached. So I also want to thank Supervisor Hines and the staff for really digging in and putting this out there to get the ball rolling. I want to underscore that we have been hearing from taxpayers, from our constituents about the absolute urgent need in the substantive investment in affordable housing. It is the number one issue that I hear from folks from the farthest reaches of our district, from Ajo to Arivaca, all across through midtown areas. The other thing I really want to underscore, and this is why I think it continues to rise as the top issue that folks think that we need to grapple with and really invest in, is the fact that the need for affordable housing is not a need that is for kind of those people. It is indeed, and people feel this right now, the need for affordability, the need for housing stability is something that everybody is feeling. The vast majority of people are feeling, because the reality is that most of us feel like we are on a slippery slope. We are one medical emergency away from not being able to make payments on our homes. We are one car accident away from not being able to make the payments on our homes, or one paycheck away from losing the four walls and the roof that give us the stability to be who we are and who we want to be, and to be able to thrive and be safe and healthy. Last thing that I want to underscore is that the taxpayers are already paying for the lack of affordable housing. We are paying, by not investing in affordable housing, we are paying for it through swollen courts, through law enforcement efforts, through our hospitals, by employers. When people lose their jobs, they can't get to work, or when they lose their homes, they don't get to work. Schools, our mental health, social service agencies, we are already paying for it. And so it is the economic solution is for us to invest big and boldly in affordable housing in Pima County. What we're doing is a step in that direction. It's actually not, as all the research shows, it's not going to solve the problem completely, but it's helping us get on that path to tackle it in the aggressive way that it warrants. So again, my thank you for the leadership and for really helping us move this forward.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any further comments from supervisors? All right. I believe that I'm going to be able to support this item as well, but I have some questions that I need to ask of both Supervisor Hines and the county administrator before we move to a vote. I want to point out before I ask those questions, and Supervisor Cano alluded to this with his question to Supervisor Hines, when this board passed the tentative adoption of the budget at our last meeting, it set a tax rate that we cannot exceed. The previous item number 18, was the item that we continued, but it is, as you heard during agenda adjustments, Supervisor Hines asked that it be removed from the agenda, and we're taking up item number 19. And item number 19 does not affect the tax rate at all. Instead, as you see, it increases what we already had in the adopted budget, which we've had in the adopted budget for the last several years, $5 million for affordable housing to $8.5 million, with the additional $3.5 million coming from expenditure savings and or additional revenues account balances realized elsewhere in the budget as we close out fiscal year 25 and or expenditure reductions elsewhere in the fiscal year 26 final county budget. Now, we had some discussion at the dais about this at our last meeting, but I just wanted to ask both my colleague from District 2 and the county administrator, could you flesh out where that $3.5 million is likely to come from?
So just based on conversations, Mr. Chair, from the last two meetings where we did discuss this, one item, and again, this is to, a lot of this will be, of course, on the county administrator for some of the more specifics, but I know a large chunk of that could likely come from interest that we collected on particularly ARPA funding, which had not yet been incorporated into the numbers we've seen. That I believe was approximately $3 million. So that's not quite the entire amount, and I'm not trying to obligate her that has to be where it comes from necessarily, but there definitely are some places where that can be found without impacting the primary tax, the overall tax rate.
And just to be clear for the public, ARPA funds or American Rescue Plan Act funds that all local governments, including the county, received during the pandemic from the federal government. Administrator Lesher, anything that you wanted to add?
Thank you. Excuse me, Chair Scott. No, that is, we will come back with a memo to the board before you do final budget adoption, identifying specifically the proposal of how we can come up with the 3.5. But as Supervisor Hines indicated, the majority will be coming from the ARPA interest dollars. We don't program that into the budget initially because we don't know exactly what it's going to be. So it becomes part of our carry forward. What we're now, as we get closer to the end of the fiscal year, able to identify that more accurately. And there may be a little bit out of that we might propose to decrease the contingency fund.
And just to be clear, what we're talking about with regard to item 19, Ms. Lesher, doesn't include any of the funds or the effect on the tax rate with regard to county operations.
Chair Scott, no, it does not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I had a follow-up question with regard to the item. It says that the entire $8.5 million budget for affordable housing shall go to the Regional Affordable Housing Commission for their thoughtful deliberation and recommendations as to specific allocations within both gap funding for affordable housing development preservation and programs to keep people housed. And to go further in the language, they're supposed to let us know by January 31st of 2026, not only how much will go to gap funding and how much will go to county and partner programs that keep people housed, but they'll also have specific recommended projects for gap funding. So both the distinction between gap funding and other funding will be presented to us by January 31st, and also specific gap funding projects?
Yes, Chair Scott, also, and that is how the $5 million allocation has been addressed by our commission as well to this point.
Okay. And then just to follow up with Administrator Lesher, in terms of all of the items that are noted in the agenda item being able to come to the board by January 31st, not just the delineation between the two pots of funding, but also the specific gap funding projects, we can meet those deadlines?
Chair Scott, I believe we can at this point. The Eco Northwest study is due back in July, and we are looking to finalize the plan through the commission and staff by the end of November. So I think that'll give us a little room, and then to come back to the board in January.
And that'll also be enough time to put out the request for proposals for specific gap funding projects. Yes? Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments? All right, let's move to a vote then on item number 19. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, item passes 4-1. We are now going to go to addendum item number 6. This is Board of Supervisors Policy D 22.17, closing the gap in affordable housing, tackling housing insecurity, and preventing an escalation of homelessness. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, Chair Scott and colleagues. This is, as I mentioned, a product of quite a lot of deliberation between a lot of different staff members, and also working very closely with our county staff, County Administrator Lesher, and others, and I appreciate everybody's efforts here. This is a 10-year plan that begins in fiscal year 27. This will not take effect until then, so nothing at all impacting fiscal year 2026. And this is a longer-term plan. The goal of this plan is to, over that decade, generate at least $200 million more than what we have already been investing in affordable housing over these past several years. And it is directly based on the data that came to us in the Eco Northwest study. It is going to, we estimate, but based on those numbers, bring in sufficient funds to take care of approximately 1/3 or 12,500 housing units of the 36,000 affordable housing units that we will need in this county over the next decade. It is, as my colleague from District 3 said, it's a step, it's a bold step, but it is not enough. It's not nearly enough, but it is something that the county can become involved in, and we really desperately need to. As we've heard here the past couple of meetings in discussing this item, we heard just from several folks before these items were being discussed, there is continued concern with housing insecurity, and that housing insecurity can lead into homelessness and people in their cars on the streets or sleeping in front of businesses or other things. So it's a public health crisis, as we heard my colleague from District 5 refer to, and it's something that I see, frankly, every day when I'm working in the hospital. So it's something that we have to do. And look, right now, people who rent, the people who are renting in our community, 55% of them are spending well over 30% of their income to stay in that house or that apartment or that duplex or whatever. That's not okay. That 30% is that limit, and that is utilities plus whatever it costs to pay your rent. And that number is going to go up and up and up. And the more that goes up without us doing something, the more people are going to be ending up on the street. And that is bad in so many ways, and we pay for it as taxpayers in so many other ways. And I know it's a little unorthodox for me, but I would like to quote from Philippians second chapter, verses 3 and 4. Do nothing out of selfish ambition or empty pride, but in humility consider others more important than yourselves. Each of you should look not only to your own interests, but also to the interests of others. And I think we need to keep that in mind, and I will move the item.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Any other comments or discussion from supervisors? Yes. Supervisor Christie.
I'm still just amazed that we're going to have a 10-year plan here designed to go over that amount of time with no public hearing, no public input, no public discussion. I think that is a grave misjustice to the people that are paying for this whole program. And I have one final question that is rhetorical in nature, but to the county administrator. Would, instead of saying that this is affordable housing, would it be more accurate to describe it as taxpayer subsidized housing?
Since your question was rhetorical, I'm gathering you're not asking for a response. Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I just have to respectfully disagree with my colleague from District 4. This is an issue that has been continued for 3 meetings at this point. We have a responsibility as individual supervisors to have a pulse of the community. It's why I mentioned earlier that I had a housing roundtable last Friday to inform some of my decisions. Delaying any further action is making the issue that much greater as it relates to housing insecurity. And I think what's super important for the public to recognize is that we are doing this to send a regional commitment to affordable housing. We have to boost supply, and this has to also be celebrated for the level of investment that we are trying to make to put us back on the right side of history. We have so much opportunity as a county to really influence the lives of our residents, and this is not an idea that just came out of nowhere. It's based on a needs assessment that our county departments worked really hard on, and I just have to give a little bit of voice to that so that we can kind of cut through fact versus fiction on process and whether this board came up with the idea sporadically. This policy empowers the Housing Commission, which is a public entity, to be able to come back to the board for recommendations on the kind of investments that are needed. And so the guardrails absolutely put this board on at the decision-making table, Supervisor Christie, and thank you, Chair Scott.
Anything else from board members? I am not going to be able to support this item. And the reason I'm not going to be able to support this item is because in November, as we heard at our last meeting, and as we heard from the county administrator just a few minutes ago, we're going to get the draft plan from the Regional Affordable Housing Commission. As we have seen in 2 memoranda from the county administrators, that draft plan is going to include recommendations to the Board of Supervisors in terms of how to fund that plan. It not only will take into account county funding, but funding from the other jurisdictions who have to play a role in this. It will also take into account what state and federal funding we may be able to leverage. We've now taken care of, because of the passage of Agenda Item 19, which I was pleased to support, we've taken care of this fiscal year. We've taken care of the period from July 1st of this year to June 30th of 2026. And we can, in November, right before we start talking about the overall county budget, also talk about how to fund the plan that is going to be presented to us by the Regional Affordable Housing Commission. To go to Supervisor Christie's points, that plan will be presented to the board. We will have the opportunity to discuss it, to revise it. I imagine that will take more than one board meeting. So now that we have taken care of, through agenda item number 19, fiscal year 25, 26, I'd prefer to wait until we get to the draft plan that's going to be presented to us at the end of November before we start talking about how to fund that plan. I have great concern for all of the data that my colleague from District 2 put in this item. And I fully anticipate that we're going to be looking at uses of county revenue when that plan is presented to us. But now that we've taken care of this fiscal year, I think it would be prudent to wait until we get the Regional Affordable Housing Commission's recommendations and then talk about funding. Any other questions or comments from supervisors? Okay, we'll do a roll call vote on this one, Ms. Manriquez.
This is for the approval of the adoption of Board Policy D 22.17. Supervisor Allen?
Yes.
Supervisor Gano?
Aye.
Supervisor Christie?
No.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Chair Scott?
No. Item passes 3-2 with Supervisor Christie and myself in opposition. All right, now we're going to go back to call to the public, and our next three speakers are Robert Royce, Dinah Bear, and Mark Kelly. And Ms. Bear and Mr. Kelly, if you want to come down to the front, you will be right in place after Mr. Royce is done. Mr. Royce, you have 3 minutes to address the Board of Supervisors.
I'm Robert Royce. I'm going to can my prepared presentation and address the issue that you just covered. Throughout my 23 years of haunting this room and watching this majority on the Board of Supervisors, the thing that has offended me most is the attitude of the majority that if I cannot keep up paying taxes on every wish and whim of this board, I'm to give up living in a house and go live and die under a bridge somewhere. I mean, I don't understand how you could tax people out of their houses mercilessly, piling up interest and penalties if they can't keep up. I mean, I only have a roof over my head because I took out a reverse mortgage last year, or I'd be living on the street right now. So I'm with Mr. Christie. This is just wrong. Let's get to the source of the problem here, which you meticulously have avoided to cover. In 1980, when George H.W. Bush was running for president, he declared Ronald Reagan's tax break for the rich plan to be voodoo economics. Now, he was right because there was no bounce in the economy under Reagan, just a bounce in the national debt, followed by George W. Bush and his tax breaks for the rich on the assumption that the money's going to be invested in the economy. Well, it wasn't. Along came the current president, more tax breaks for the rich, the illusion, the fantasy, the fiction that this money was going to go into the economy never happened. What happened was the money went into real estate. These people have taken their unwarranted tax breaks and they have bought up our real estate market. They have literally priced people out of being able to live in homes. So if you think that you're going to make up for a couple $1 trillion in untaxed fortunes being dumped in the real estate market by taxing people out of their homes, you're wrong. You need to come up with a new strategy. We need a strategy to address the root problem, not the symptoms. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Royce. Ms. Bear.
Thank you. My name is Dinah Bear. I'm a resident of Tucson. Thank you, Chair Scott, and all the supervisors and Administrator Lesher. I wish to convey my strong support for resolution number 2025-19 about the U.S.-Mexico border. The resolution is in accord with the consistent position of the county to protect the Sonoran Desert, the Sky Islands, our precious grasslands and water, and very importantly, the principle of law that should apply in the borderlands just as much as it does in the rest of the country. Unfortunately, as you all know, given the past resolutions on the waiver of law and associated issues, that is not the case when it comes to the border wall. And in fact, this morning, the Department of Homeland Security published yet another waiver of 27 federal laws and related state and local laws for yet another segment of border wall in southern Arizona. This is in Yuma County, just so you know. But unfortunately, possibly coming again to Pima County soon. The wall construction severs wildlife corridors and communities. It affects hydrology. The construction takes millions of gallons of water. Is it effective for its intended purpose? Well, I recommend looking at the pictures of thousands of asylum seekers, particularly in 2023, lining up near the Lukeville area. What a lot of people missed was that those people came through the wall, not over the wall, not under the wall, not around the wall. They came through the wall. But just a week ago, the current president issued a proclamation marking the 101st anniversary of the Border Patrol. That proclamation states that border encounters have dropped by 95%, migrant crossings have declined by, and I quote, an astounding 99.99%, and fentanyl traffic fell by 54%. One can certainly have a legitimate debate about the reasons for these declines and the accuracy of the figures, but they can't be attributed to the border wall because there is no current new funding for border wall. That's in the reconciliation bill that's being debated in Congress now. Turning to the resolution's opposition to the San Rafael Valley and the recently announced intent to build 25 miles across those fabulous grasslands of the San Rafael Valley, I want to emphasize its ecological significance, its history. It's important to the Tohono Nation and Western Apache tribes. A long history of ranching, and even the film industry is where the film Oklahoma was made. The headwaters of the Santa Cruz River are there. And so, in summary, I just want to say I thank you very much for this resolution, and I also just want to add a quick thank you for your support and intended protection of the Ironwood Forest National Monument.
Thank you, Ms. Baer. Mr. Kelly.
Mark William Kelly. I thought about having the Chinese robot write my speech, but I figured I could do a better job. Good morning, servants. Richmond American has dusted me out, trashed me out, flooded me out, destroyed the access road to my community, turned the desert behind me into a urinal, and disturbed mine and my neighbor's peace over 100 times. I've got the receipts to prove it. Every single police report, whether I filed it or they did, contains false information about me. The reports themselves are harassment, including the one you filed, Mr. Christie. And after spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, every single charge was dismissed, only leaving a paper trail of defamation. No one helped me, not the county, not the courts, and definitely not the spineless jellyfish that call themselves attorneys in Tucson. So I did what they said I couldn't do. I filed 3 federal lawsuits against the sheriff's department, and guess what? You offered me a settlement, and I told Laura's office to go shove it. Then the kangaroo court's Judge Cindy K. Jorgensen from the U of A Law School cesspool over there handing out qualified immunity like they're Girl Scout cookies dismissed my first case. And just when I thought I'd survived the storm, here comes the same nightmare again. Last week at 2:53 a.m., Richmond American back at it again, disturbing my peace. And what does Pima County do? They come out and accuse me of harassment and trespassing, as if the last 4 years of hell never happened, as if the courts don't exist, and as if the Constitution was written in chalk. They made me relive everything I already fought, proved, and won. Now, we all know the definition of insanity, and I can assure you that I am not insane. But what I do understand is how reasonable men are pushed to do unreasonable things. Now, there's an old torture technique, And that's where you tell somebody to go dig a hole. And then when you go back, you tell them, they come back, they say, I'm done. And they say, well, do me a favor, go fill in that hole. And they come back, say, I filled it in. I say, go back and dig the hole again. I'm not that guy. I'm not going to dig another hole. I'm going to smash you in the face with a fucking shovel.
No,
So if
no, Mr. Kelly, excuse me. Stop. You're not going to use profanity in here.
Fair enough. I'll take back my time. If Chris Nanos wants to send his deputies out to try and kidnap me and take me to a cage again for some unlawful blanket trespassing order, I can assure you I will not go willingly. And yes, I am willing to die on that hill. You better get your mind right and get this shit figured out.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
3-Lane Myers.
Juliana Oppenheimer is our next speaker, followed by Grant Kruger and Robert Hartman. Ms. Oppenheimer. I don't see Ms. Oppenheimer, so we'll call on Mr. Kruger.
Good morning, Chair Scott, County Administrator Lesher, and esteemed Pima County Board of Supervisors. My name is Grant Kruger. I'm a restaurateur here in Tucson, Arizona, and in unincorporated Pima County. And I'm actually here to bring up a topic that's going to be a little more fun than what we were just talking about, and that's awesome things here in Pima County, right? Events. I'm here to talk about the Rito Park specifically. We had an RFP go out just a few weeks ago that went unanswered, and the Rito Park's future hangs in jeopardy. This property has been around since 1943 and was the birthplace of quarter horse racing in the United States, and in the mid-1950s was the birthplace of the photo finish as well too. The chute was registered in the National Registry of Historic Places in 1986. The track and most of the rest of the property was put in the National Registry of Historic Places in 2012. I'm not one to die on the mantle of historic preservation over here, but one only need to look to the historic Barrio Libre just to the south of us that was dismantled in favor of construction of the TCC to know that we made a mistake in removing and destroying historic properties such as this. I've been a volunteer at the Rito Park for over a decade, helping put on the Dusk Music Festivals. I've helped with the horse racing. I've helped with the Cologuard Classic and put on concerts such as Steve Aoki, Big Sean, sorry about Vanilla Ice over there as well too, but many others. And I've seen the joy on people's faces when they enjoyed and showing up for all the horse racing events. Upwards of 5,000 people will show up on any given Saturday or Sunday for events like this. There was no response to that RFP because the county's restrictions on this one were quite frankly too limiting. A 3-year window isn't enough for the private sector to come out and put the kind of investment into it that property warrants and get some sort of return. What we really need are the county and city and state governments to stop acting in the silos that they currently are in. It's such a problem we have here all the time. I saw it with you guys just in the last meeting with differential water rates. We've seen it between the city and the University of Arizona in their own silos arguing about transportation and whether it should be subsidized or not. But ultimately, if the county and the city and the University of Arizona and Mr. Robert Hartman behind me, who's going to speak, and he happens to be the chair of the university's racetrack industry program, if we were all work together with the private sector, I believe there's a solution for the Rito Park that would bring good times to everybody in Tucson, bring a lot of joy on people's faces, and you would see people in the private sector, like myself, volunteering their time to help make something awesome in Pima County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kruger. Mr. Hartman. And then our speakers after Mr. Hartman, I think Roland Baker left because she was here to honor Mr. Valencia. So after Mr. Hartman, we'll have Carol Kavalik, Celeste Lupo, Joseph Rogers, I think I have that right, and Ashley Gomez. Mr. Hartman, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Supervisors and County Administrator Lesher. My name is Robert Hartman, and I am here today as the chair of the Pima County Fair Horse Racing Commission. As many of you know, and as Grant pointed out, horse racing in Tucson is currently at a crossroads. My hope and why I'm here today is to ask this board to exercise thoughtful patience and not make any irreversible decisions about the Rito Park property in the near future. The Pima County Horse Racing Commission, created by this board 30 years ago, was formed to advise and assist on all matters related to horse racing in the county. We are here to offer our expertise, experience, and guidance as you navigate what are often complex and deeply rooted issues. There are a few things I want you to consider. First off, the history. I think Mr. Kruger did a great job talking about how Tucson was an innovator in racing. The racing chute, the photo finish, right here in Tucson. The rest of the industry uses it today. It started here in Tucson. The program that I run, the University of Arizona Racetrack Industry Program, and the city of Tucson and Rito created racing leaders for the entire nation. Outside of Kentucky, our town, Tucson, has had a greater impact on horse racing in the U.S. than any other place. And lastly, and I believe most importantly, is Rito is part of the cultural fabric of our community. Each live racing day brings over 5,000 people, and it's a diverse crowd. Latinos, every socioeconomic strata. It's really a melting pot of the community, and they all get along, and they're all having fun, and it's all for their shared passion of the equine athlete. Beyond heritage and community, let me underscore the economic impact. A report by my colleagues that was produced this year from the University of Arizona Department of Agriculture and Resource Economics found that horse racing in the state of Arizona generated over $293 million in economic activity. It supported almost 2,000 jobs, and it contributed $115 million in labor income each year. Rito Racetrack is not a relic of the past. It could once again be a living, working asset for our community. It's a rare and irreplaceable gem that blends history, education, culture, and tourism. Before any action is taken, let's make sure we have a clear and committed plan, not just to preserve the space, but to honor and build upon the legacy that Rito is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hartman. Ms. Kabalik.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Carol Kabalik, and I am a resident of Pima County. I came here this morning mostly to speak regarding item number 18. I was going to ask the board to vote no on that item. I don't believe that Supervisor Hines has correctly shown, to me it was a charity that he is developing, and I didn't see any real need for the support of the charities that are really nothing for us. There were several speakers ahead of me who voiced their opinion in a similar way. In full disclosure, I am also here as a District 1 commissioner on the Parks and Rec, and this item has come up again about Rito Park. It coincided with my coming today, and I wanted to come down and see how the public feels about this, how we go forward on this. I have been a commissioner on District 1 since Allie Miller appointed me back previously to Supervisor Scott getting there. And I just wanted to see how we feel about this within the community before the commission takes on the vote that we have coming up in front of us. I also want to just let you know, we're also working on a master plan to come up with a 10-year plan for Parks and Rec. So when Supervisor Scott spoke about a 10-year plan for the homeless, I thought that was well spoken. So thank you for my time, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Kabalik, and thank you for your continued service to District 1 and the Parks and Rec Commission. All right. Is Celeste here? Celeste, she left? How about Ashley Gomez? See, we took the wind out of everybody's sails by some of our votes beforehand. I'm going to come back to Mr. Sabatiera because I saw him walk out. I think maybe he went to use the restroom. Dr. Bentelli, I think, has left. Keith Bentelli. Mike Story. Mr. Story, please. And after Mr. Story, I have a card for Eric Meza, Kylie McPherson, and Dave Smith. Mr. Story, you have 3 minutes to address the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. Good morning. My name's Mike Story. Like you said, I am an attorney in town. I have been for 25 years representing law enforcement officers here in town and the fire department. Mr. Jerkowitz and I have tangled a little bit over some issues, but cordially. I'm here to talk about an issue that just came to my attention. I've never appeared before you folks, but this thing's very serious. There has been a recent announcement of an election for what they call an authorized representative association for the sheriff's department. And essentially what that means is an authorized representative means an organization. There's competing unions in the Pima County Sheriff's Department, just like there is with TPD. And right now the election is which of the unions, the associations, is going to be the authorized representative, essentially representing all members of the Pima County Sheriff's Office. Now, I received a memo that was authored by Ms. Lesher that was in consultation with Kathy Boland. And what they've determined, well, let me back up. The authorized representative, what they do, their task is they represent all the employees, not only deputies, lieutenants, all the way up. They represent the corrections officers and the civilian employees. And when I say they represent them in contract negotiations, meet and confer situations, and as a conduit to the sheriff. So it's a very important role for that particular organization. This election is upcoming. The important piece of this is who are the qualified voters, okay? And the memo I got from Ms. Lesher and the communication I've seen from Ms. Boland is the qualified voters are limited to deputies, sergeants, and detectives. They have omitted the corrections officers and the civilian employees, even though they're impacted by who will be their representative. And it's really, I don't know what it's based on. I don't see any legal, basis for this limitation. I responded and I wrote Ms. Lesher and stated my logic why legally and practically why they should be able to vote for this organization. I am hearing that my arguments are going to be rejected. I haven't gotten the official word yet, but I'm hearing that. And I'm hearing that Kathy Boland is meeting with some people this morning to schedule this election. This is wrong, folks, legally and practically.
Thank you, Mr. Story.
You're welcome.
If you have any further comments that maybe in writing, you can give them to employees from the clerk's office, and the supervisors will receive them.
Right, okay. In closing, I get it, but I think it should be an agenda item going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Story. All right, Mr. Mesa.
Yes. Thank you very much. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thanks so much for the space. My name is Eric Mesa, and I'm a border resident and also Borderlands coordinator for the Sierra Club. And I have the opportunity to closely be out there in the field for the last 4 years, monitoring the environmental impacts of border wall construction. And I'm just here to offer my strong support for the resolution 2025 number 19 that oppose the ongoing border militarization and the construction of a border wall project in the San Rafael Valley. I personally believe, and for what I've seen, that border militarization is not a solution to bring peace to border residents. What we have seen already in New Mexico, for example, where the Roosevelt Reservation was transferred to the Department of Defense and the military, is nothing but just a confusion amongst the residents, a lack of trust. Locals cannot even access some of their homelands because they don't feel safe, actually, because they don't know what's going on. A bunch of lawsuits, and what we see on the ground is strikers' vehicles, and these are war vehicles, military Humvees, helicopters, drones, all of those being used in a really remote areas of the New Mexican desert, and right now in the Sonoran Desert here in Arizona as well. So this all comes with a really massive operational cost, you know. And these are coming already on an area where there is a heavy presence of Border Patrol. So I think this is not a very smart use of our resources, you know. The San Rafael Valley is a border wall project that is super expensive. We're thinking about the cost of this project for these 25 miles is around $600 million to close one of the most beautiful grasslands that we have in Arizona. If you haven't had the opportunity to go there, I highly suggest it. It's the birthplace of the Santa Cruz River. So if we think we're far away from it, the Santa Cruz River is our river here in Tucson as well, the blood of the Pima County as well. So I want to just mention that this place is also one of our last wildlife migration corridors, the last place that we saw a jaguar and many other species call this place home, black bears, mountain lions, etc. Last weekend, we just had a binational event where people from Mexico came and met us at the border, fed us, sing songs together, and there's beautiful stories that can come from this beautiful place that is worth protecting. After all that, it was I was trying to get some money for the people, and they said to me, "We don't need your money. We were doing this for the friendship." So I really want to just like take that as the way to bring this. Ways that we interact with our border further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mesa. Okay, Ms. McPherson, Kylie McPherson.
Hi, I just want to speak about a couple things that have been talked about today. For one, the odds are stacked against horses in horse racing.
Excuse me, Ms. McPherson, could you put the microphone a little closer to your mouth?
Horse racing and any form of claiming race are 33% more likely to sustain fatal injury. And then also going to, did you know that Texas, California, and Arizona used to be a part of Mexico? They gave us this land as a peace treaty. And what we are doing in return, putting up a wall to block land that was given to us, hurt so many Mexican individuals. They live in fear due to their skin color. Individuals who put $96.7 billion in federal, state, and local taxes in 2022, in a program made for immigrants to pay taxes after they were brought over here to work for next to nothing when the Bracero program happens. These walls exist, but if you don't care enough about human beings, consider the worldly part of it all. The border bisects important habitats for 83 threatened and endangered species, including ocelots in Texas, jaguars and Sonoran pronghorns in Arizona, and Mexican gray wolves in New Mexico and Arizona. The barriers not only cut off animals from habitats, but they also separate them from potential mates. And then going to the regional affordable housing draft, it isn't a for sure that housing can be helped like this. So with Steve Christie, I heard you said that you didn't understand, or quite frankly didn't understand this bill, and I kind of find that preposterous. That truly saddens me. You say there's no public discussion, but what are we doing here today? What were we doing here 2 weeks ago? What were we doing here 2 weeks ago when we discussed this? Let me just start by saying every human being, no matter race, no matter origin, no matter social status, deserves necessities. I spoke last time talking about how COVID greatly affected our housing rates, but that's not all that affects it. A lady spoke today and said that people chose that. And with that, I say, how dare you be so unempathetic and blind to those suffering. Anything could happen, like financial issues and COVID. Like I said in the last week that I spoke, anybody can become homeless, whether it's financial issues, emotional issues, or so on. Life happens. You were elected to fund our interests as our community leaders, yet our community has been screaming, begging, do whatever you can to show we need this. Just like the last meeting, you read a few letters sent by community, and that survey showed that our community wants housing, care, and basic human rights. Our people need this bill. It would cost the most homeowners, and I say owners, not renters, $88 a year. Does that even really sound remotely bad when we were talking about how many people this bill could help, that our community has been begging for and wanting their taxes to go into? I know plenty of homeowners that are for this bill and who aren't the ones don't even know much about it, like Kevin Dahl for Ward 3 said in the last meeting, which kind of offended me. I hope you stay up to date and informed about our future. And going back to this topic, I don't even see why this was extended. Our community wants this bill, and with the hazardous props being passed, arresting homeless. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, and then Mr. Salvatierra.
going so long because I had a chance to get here. Once again, I have had to do the YouTube listening while I was trying to get here. Yeah, this is one of these things when I look at what your agenda is, Chairman, it's that housing is not a human right. It's not. And because number one, for you to house others, you've got to take. And I keep telling you, a year ago this month, I was mentioned in a newspaper article because I'd come in front of you. You might even remember this and said, there comes a point where legitimate taxation becomes a taking. Okay. And if you're going to take from me and my home ownership to give to somebody, quote, affordable housing, which we know what is a code word for. We live in the age of code words because they're all euphemisms. We want to make sure we don't use the real word. And those of us that use the real words are condemned by your sycophants, like it or not, in the media. And again, this has sort of become one of those situations where I have to listen. You gave a proclamation about jobs, jobs for justice, and it was all about, man, we've got to have more pay for this and more pay for that. Yet in the Obama administration, no Republican administration, he specifically presented a study that showed how every percentage of illegal immigration into this country further injured the income of the black community, the poor. Yeah, you did nothing. You encouraged illegal immigration. You funded it out of here. God knows what all the grifts were. Where did the millions go? All the flights, all the taxi cabs, all the housing. And yet what you were doing was reducing the incomes of the people who are in entry-level jobs, in lower-income jobs. And that you sit here and you celebrate it with proclamations. There's a certain irrationality about this. I know what affordable housing is. It's the same thing we've been talking about since I was in high school. We've been talking about this. The war on poverty failed. We spent trillions because we never addressed the root issues. How about education? Arizona's 49th. We're getting our butts kicked by Mississippi and Alabama, the ones that we used to talk about when we would talk about the problems in education in this country. We need to focus on education. We need to focus on preserving the small business people in this county who were so damaged during the COVID operation. And these are the things that we need to focus on. You need to focus on the welfare of the community at large. People use that word community as if it's our personal possession. It's not a personal possession. You represent Pima County, Arizona. The welfare of those people, I keep telling you and listening today, I was so glad I was able to get here. Thank goodness for that 10:30 break, because it gave me a chance to say how frustrated I am. I'm still frustrated a year later from telling you, think about this. You want to increase this, increase that. Stop increasing and start serving. Thank you.
Smith. Okay, our final speaker is Mr. Salvatierra. And we're going to take a brief recess after call to the public. When we come back, we will take up addendum item number 8, as was heard during the agenda adjustments. And then we will move to agenda item number 22 under the county administrator section, because Ms. Lesher has a guest who is part of that presentation. Go ahead, Mr. Salvatierra. You have 3 minutes.
Chairman Scott, esteemed board members, supervisory board members, Administrator Lesher. My name is Jonathan Salvatierra. I'm a native Tucsonan. I also have an active real estate broker's license in Arizona. And this issue about homelessness, I want to separate it from home ownership. First-time home ownership, the kind of ownership that we can create incentives for to retain county and city service employees for a longer period of time. Did you know that a $300,000 mortgage with zero interest versus a $300,000 mortgage at 6% is $1,000 difference in P&I over 30 years? The regular payment. That $1,000 can mean something to a first-time homeowner. So we can buy down interest rates. They're already artificially high right now. The Fed hasn't done anything to help us. All right? The other, aspect of this that's crucially important is where is the sweat equity? Where is that can be fulfilled with the county and the city having people, indentured to them in jobs that are long term. Okay? The other acknowledgement that I want to make about it is that we already have a system in place. It's called Habitat for Humanity, and they create sweat equity. They have succeeded with their funding because they receive zero interest mortgages, and they lower the entry level price of a home because of their pre-construction and their involvement by the people that are owning the property. So let's teach people to fish and not just give away fish. Does this make sense? We also have the real tyrants at the border. It's not the border wall. It's not the immigrants. It's the lack of representation by Arizona Department of Environmental Quality in refusing to honor its mission statement to protect the citizens of this county. They just lost a lawsuit that said that they did not protect and create documentation to identify.
Thank you, sir. Your time expired.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
it. Very much. Okay, I'm now going to close call to the public and ask my colleagues if they would like to respond to any criticism or ask county administration to follow up on any matter that was brought before us. Ms. Lesher, well, sure.
Regarding the question that was brought up by Mr. Story.
That was what I was going to ask about.
Thank you, and the representation. I have conferred with the county attorney's office to determine who might be eligible employees for this election, and happy to work with the county attorney's office to schedule it in executive session if need be and on the agenda to brief the board about what it is we're looking at to make that determination.
Thank you, Ms. Lesher. That was the speaker that I wanted to ask about, and if there's further information for the board, that would be much appreciated.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we're going to take about 5 minutes, and then, as I said, when we come back, we'll do addendum item number 8, and then we'll go to agenda item number 22. Good seeing you. All right. Thank you all for your patience. We are going to resume our meeting, and we're going to go to addendum item number 8. This is follow-up requests to the Attorney General's office regarding Sheriff's Department internal affairs investigation, request for an independent investigation. This was Supervisor Hines' item, but he had to step away. I will let my colleagues know that I was in communication with Supervisor Hines over the weekend, was also in communication with representatives from the county attorney's office and also from the county administrator's office. As my colleagues know, because I asked the clerk to let you know, I had requested that the sheriff provide us with a summary of the internal affairs investigation. He did respond with much more than a summary. He sent us a document of over 100 pages that, and all of you have received that directly from the sheriff. And Supervisor Hines had put this item on the addendum. There was communication between the time that we got the sheriff's report with the county attorney's office, with the county administrator's office. So I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Hines since he put this item on the addendum, but then would ask that he follow up with the county administrator with regard to action she's intending. Supervisor.
Thank you, Chair Scott. And this is an issue of great concern. I mean, we have a duty to make sure that all county employees are safe and protected. And in this kind of situation, none of us ever like to see this kind of situation. So concerns were brought forward about this overall circumstance and how things were treated and how things went forward back in 2023. I don't remember the exact date. We did refer this to the Attorney General. We got a response, as people can see. I still have some concerns, but as we heard from the chair, over 100 pages of interviews. I have not personally been able to read line by line or page by page all of that material that we received late Friday. I appreciate that we received from the sheriff and his staff the internal investigation that was conducted. I still continue to have some concerns. I would like to review this further, but we can have County Administrator Lesher interact with the AG on our behalf, and I would just like to hear from her what the plan is in terms of follow-up.
Thank you, Supervisor Hines. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Scott and Supervisor Hines, members of the board. I've drafted a letter to the Attorney General asking to take them up on their offer, if you will, in 24. The response from their initial investigation, we shared with the board at the time, and there were some internal concerns with some policies, but they said they would be happy to become engaged again once the internal investigation was completed. I've written a letter to the Attorney General, finishing it up last night, wanting to attach the report, and that's taken a brief pause because I want to make sure before I send something, if it comes out from me and it becomes a open public record, have we appropriately redacted any personally identifiable information and that needed to be redacted, and or can the attorneys work with legal counsel through this? But I'm optimistic that the letter to the Attorney General will go by the end of business today.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Lesher. Any follow-up questions or comments, Supervisor Hines?
Just quickly, again, this is no longer 18 months ago, and this situation has resulted in a criminal case, a criminal conviction. I believe there's appeal ongoing as well, so this is not, it is important that we look into this and make sure that everything is proper here. So, and I guess, are we going to remove the item here, or how do we do this?
Let me, Supervisor Christie had something he wanted to say.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification, so Ms. Lesher, this letter to the Attorney General, can you give us kind of what a synopsis of what it's all about? Or
sure. Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, the board voted in 2023 to ask for an investigation from the Attorney General's office. They conducted an investigation. They responded then about in 2024 with their findings, which we shared with the board. They said once the internal investigation was completed, they would be happy to become engaged again and review that document. So this is simply saying thank you very much, reminding them of their communication with us in 2024 and asking that they move forward with that
In other words,
investigation.
we'll take you up on the offer you made back in.
You got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to, may I?
Please, go ahead.
To clarify, so the internal investigation for this situation, which I believe occurred in late 2022, maybe I'm wrong with that, but the internal investigation was conducted in 2025. Is that right? I know I have the document, I just don't have it up.
Chair Scott, I'm afraid Supervisor Hines, I don't have the exact dates with me to delineate the timeline. Happy to get them to you.
Okay, that's fine. I was just clarifying.
So just to clarify for the public, we did receive over 100 pages of documents from the sheriff. They were sent directly to supervisors, and all of those documents contain the names of departmental personnel who were involved in this matter. Ms. Lesher is following up with the Attorney General. The Attorney General said that they would investigate further after the internal affairs investigation within the Sheriff's Department was completed. It is completed. She just summarized for us the letter that she's going to send. There's just still a question of how much of the report that we got from the sheriff needs to be redacted or edited in any way before it's sent to the Attorney General, certainly before it is released to the public or media in any way. But there is going to be follow-up on this matter through the county administrator with the Attorney General's office.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Hines.
Does the report, or does this report that goes to the Attorney General's office need to be redacted at all? I would request that we don't redact what goes to the Attorney General.
No, sir. I don't believe it needs to be redacted to go to the Attorney General's office, but when the county, what the county administrator was saying is when she writes a letter to the Attorney General per counsel that she received from the county attorney's office, that becomes a public document. And if the report is attached to it, then the report could be considered a public document. So we're just being careful about what could be seen because of all of the names of departmental personnel that are noted in that report. Did I leave anything out, Ms. Lesher?
Thank you, Chair Scott, and I think Supervisor Hines, we would not be redacting information from the Attorney General once they are looking at the review.
Okay.
They'll get everything at that point.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Anything else on this? So we would be pulling that item then, Supervisor Hines.
We kind of discussed it, so we just don't have to take any action, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with the follow-up as we have discussed.
Okay.
With the county. As long as my colleagues are also comfortable with that, I'm fine with that.
All right. Anything from any other supervisors? Okay. All right. Thank you all very much. And now we're going to go back to the regular agenda, and we're going to item number 22, which is under the county administrator. This is FC Tucson and Pima County Junior Soccer League. I'll turn it over to Ms. Lesher, who will introduce her guest.
Thank you very much, Chair Scott and members of the board. Mr. Ted Schmidt is with FC Tucson and has long been involved in youth soccer in the community, and was hoping to provide an update to the board on everything going on. I know that we have had discussions related to this topic, actually primarily as it related to Mosaic Quarter and expansion and availability of fields. Many of the fields today are at Rio, and so I think it's timely to begin the conversation about how people are enjoying the facilities at Rio, potentially in others, soccer, and then obviously to be tied in with all current and potential future uses. Of the facility.
Thank you, Ms. Lesher. And Mr. Schmidt, thank you so much for waiting through the earlier part of the meeting. We look forward to your presentation.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman Scott, members of the Board of Supervisors, Madam County Administrator. Good afternoon. And I do appreciate having this opportunity to talk to you on this subject. I want to talk to you about the dire need we have in Pima County for park space and a marvelous opportunity that you all have, we have, to do something about that. A win-win situation, by the way, for all of the stakeholders at Rio Park. When our leaders community leaders years ago were planning our community, they did not require developers developing real estate to set aside real estate for parks. We have a very sorry need for more park space, not just for kids, and I'm talking about over 10,000 kids that are playing soccer right now, 5,000 adults playing. But I should also tell you, I've communicated with the other stakeholders out at, particularly at Rieto, the rugby players, the flag football players, the lacrosse players, and we're all on the same page on this. When our town was being developed, park space was not set aside. Meanwhile, our county has grown and grown and grown. In 1970, we had 270,000 people living here. Today, we have 1,080,149 people living here. The Park Trust Foundation places our community in the bottom 25% for park space per capita. At Rieto, we have a gem. We have a park in the center of town, which a third of the real estate is taken up by the racetrack. A third of the real estate has laid unused, vacant since 2022, and even before that, it was vacant for 352 days out of the year. We have racing like 12 days out of the year. The prior operators of the track couldn't meet the demands of this board to provide you all with proper financial auditing. An RFP went out to try to move forward with the racetrack, and nobody's come forward to say they want to do racing out there. Mother Nature has intervened. About 2 summers ago, we had a terrible storm that destroyed much of the structures out there, and we've learned that it would cost millions of dollars, taxpayers' dollars, to bring that facility back into a working order. It costs $500,000 just to make it safe enough to run racing for 2 or 3 years. I think our county administrator came up with a fantastic idea before the RFP went out to come up with a plan for moving the racetrack to an appropriate location and developing the park. And that's what I'm here to on behalf of the patrons of Rieto Park, your constituents, I'm here to advocate in favor of you doing that. And it really is a win-win situation. The historic aspects of Rieto Park can certainly be preserved. When it was built at the end of a dirt road in 1943, out in the middle of nowhere. Now it's right in the center of town. And I'm not going to get into the specifics of what's going on with horse racing today, other than just to say it is a declining industry. Their tracks, over 35 tracks, have closed since 2000. But if it is viable, and certainly it could be, the right thing to do would be to move the track to an appropriate location. There's talk that there are private individuals interested in helping to develop that racetrack out at Marana. It could be moved to the fairgrounds. The historical aspects of it could be preserved. We could continue to have horse racing in southern Arizona for as long as people are still interested in doing that. But in the meantime, we cannot look past the fact that our community has grown rapidly. We have so many folks wanting to recreate, and they don't have a place to do it. And I'm not advocating here just on behalf of soccer players or even on behalf of football players and rugby players and the like. I would advocate that all members of our community would like to have a full service park at Rieto, a park with a splash pad for kids, maybe a dog park for dog lovers,
Pickleball is becoming so popular, maybe a pickleball court for folks. The opportunities are immense. And by the way, I suspect there's some private individuals or entities out there that would be willing to partner with the county to help develop some of this. We've heard about the importance of special events out there. We could actually enhance the park for special events. There's no reason why we wouldn't still want to be doing special events out there. So again, I say it's a win-win situation. We find a suitable home for horse racing and develop the park. And at this point, what I'd like to do is just show you a 3-minute video of what I'd like to see, what I think most of your constituency would like to see at Rieto. What you're going to see is a video that juxtaposes what we have at Rieto right now with aspects of Narana Park out in Oro Valley, which is a newer park, to show you the kinds of amenities that people in our community want and are become accustomed to having in other parts of our community. So with that, Melissa, can we show the video? There's your playground. There's your vacant land. 352 days out of the year, and now, since 2022, no racing, and no plans on having any racing for another year or two, if ever. So in conclusion, what I would advocate here is that we work together on the right solution.
I've spoken with some of the folks involved with the horse racing. I am willing to rally the forces and work with them to find a suitable place for horse racing. But there's no reason why we should sit on our hands and do nothing, waiting to see what might happen at Rito, if ever again, with respect to horse racing. The community deserves services like this. Our community deserves a park like I've just shown you. If we added just 4 more fields out there, we would be eligible for all kinds of soccer tournaments and events that would bring added economic benefit to our community. So with that, I would urge you all to consider that now's the time to do something about this. We've waited long enough. Now's the time to move forward, move the track, and at the same time, let's look at the options, private investment, whatever we need to do to develop our park. Thank you very much, folks.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from board members for either Mr. Schmidt or Administrator Lesher? I would have one request, which is that I know that you have charged Mr. DeBonis and Mr. Pereira with following up on the possibilities of horse racing taking place at other places throughout the county. I know also, and we heard this from Ms. Kavalik when she was here during call to the public, that the Parks and Recreation Department is going through its strategic planning process right now. In terms of both of those processes, what you've charged Mr. DeBonis and Mr. Pereira to do, and Parks and Recreation strategic planning process, if there's any further information about potential uses for Rito Park, if the board could just be kept apprised of those matters as they move forward. All right. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. All right. I'm going to do this just because I know that we have several other people who are waiting to do presentations. I'm just going to go right to those presentations, but I'm going to go out of order just because I figure she has further to drive to get back to her office. And I'm going to go to item number 28, which is mobile unit deployment plan. With regard to the mobile unit deployment plan for measles, mumps, and rubella vaccination in under-immunized schools. The board had asked for follow-up from the county administrator, and we have our health department director here with us today, Dr. Cullen. Ms. Lesher, do you have any introductory remarks, or should we just turn it over to Dr. Cullen?
Turn it over to Dr. Cullen for the
All right.
report. Thank you.
Dr. Cullen, thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Hines.
I'm sorry.
Just really quickly,
Please.
Chair Scott and Dr. Cullen, can you just give us a quick, measles in the state and county update, which hopefully is very fast and is 0 cases?
So along with the report on the unit deployment plan, you also would like a report on any current data with regard to measles, mumps, and rubella in Pima County? Okay, thank you. If you can work that in, I'm sure you just have that right at your fingertips, right, Dr. Cole?
Yes. Good afternoon, board members, Supervisor Scott, Chair Scott, Ms. Lesher, my esteemed boss, Steve Holmes. Thank you for letting us present. I also want to introduce Crystal Rambut, who's our head of immunization, which is why she's here with me. She's been with me through the last 5 years and all through COVID, so I'm really grateful for her guidance. At the current time, the great news is there are no cases of measles in Arizona, not only just in Pima County. We know the number throughout the United States is now surpassing 1,000. There have been some recent clusters that have occurred specifically related to some air travel situations. The CDC is actively investigating those cases and working with the states that have individuals that may have been on those flights. There's more to come on that. That's just coming to light in the last 2 days, but we are actively monitoring what is happening. And also our EMAP, our Emergency Management and Preparedness Group, has gone through additional tabletops related to measles. So if and when a case does occur, I feel comfortable that we will be able to respond to it. And with that, I'm going to go through my slides pretty rapidly. Next slide, please. So you'll recall that we did have a board directive from March 18th 18th. We were given 3 months to come back, or a little early. We always like to be a little early. And we're going to propose the plan that we've developed. Next slide. So the plan objectives and outcomes are consistent with what we were charged by the board to deploy mobile teams to schools and childcare sites with low immunization rates, to really reduce the impact of exemptions and immunization gaps that we can identify, align with the CDC recommendations. It is important to note there's been lots of changes in CDC recommendations coming out. There have been no changes in CDC recommendations for children for MMR. So the good news is, despite lots of changes that are being promulgated by the administration and by CDC, what we have presented to you in the past still stands today. And really our outcome, increased MMR vaccinations, but the true outcome here is to prevent measles in any individual as well as any family member. At the same time, we believe that every opportunity should be modified to also include education and an increased understanding about the value of vaccination, in this case specifically for MMR. So we will be working with that, both the parents and the families, as we push out a plan, and you're going to see the details of this, to ensure that we are providing adequate information and knowledge so that parents and families can make the best decision for themselves. Next slide. About the MMR vaccine, it's called measles, mumps, and rubella. We're specifically focusing on measles because that's been the concerned area. 2 doses, which are given early in life, provide 97% of vaccination and immunity against measles. The CDC schedule is here. The first dose is 12 to 15 months. You will hear in certain places throughout the country that first dose has dropped into the 6 to 12-month period. Those are for areas where there is increased number of cases and concern about transmission. And then the second dose is between 4 and 6 years. And that's really the focus we're going to have, is in that 4 to 6 year period. Long history of safety and efficacy. We don't have that data in here. We can pull that for you, but there's very little concern about this. You are probably aware, however, that the current Health and Human Services Secretary has asked for a reevaluation of a relationship between autism and measles. That is being conducted by the CDC and with other people that have been identified by the Secretary. That information and that report is not available at this time. Next slide. So the next slide, you can see how we're going to select and prioritize schools. Remember, the goal of this is to ensure that we have mobile access for vaccinations at schools. And you can see all Pima County schools with less than 95%. We use 95% because, once again, that is when we are looking for the concept of herd immunity, where what that means is if a case does come into a community that has an immunization rate over 95%, the risk of transmission to another individual who is part of that community decreases significantly. And so that's why our goal is 95%. Prioritize schools with the lowest coverage, obviously the schools that are less than 95%. And I do want to let people become aware that that data is published by the state. The states have access to the data, and it is available for public consumption of which schools are less than 95%. And we will be using state data to help us identify schools that have less than 95% coverage. Prioritize the schools with the lowest coverage. So our goal would obviously to be, hopefully, get to those schools first if there is an agreement from the administration of the school that we should offer on-site mobile vaccinations, and then highest number of students, and then final outreach with a list. Next slide. So the next slide is a site prioritization map. These are the schools that in 23-24 school year, and they're not identified by name here, were below 95%. I would remind you that many of these schools are small, private, or charter schools. So some of these schools are very small. They may have 20 students, and so to get to 95%, 19 of those 20 need to be immunized. So just to be cognizant that while this map is a little overwhelming to us, when we look at the absolute number, it's not that overwhelming. Next slide. So the implementation process, which is part of the plan for us here, is to do the initial outreach. The plan is to start that July 1st. That will be done through communication with the schools. We do run a very active schools and youth team as part of the public health department. That group already has contacts for all the schools that are in the Pima County. So we have a way to reach out to them. It will be electronic. However, if they don't respond, we will follow up with a phone call. And it's really just to see if they're interested. That is the first step, that we are not planning on doing mobile vaccinations at any school that doesn't indicate that there is an interest for us to be on site. However, in that outreach, we will also ensure that we give people appropriate education materials, both for themselves and their students. We have done that in the last 6 months with the schools. We have already sent things out that can be utilized and put on their letterhead to sharing with their community. So at the same time, when we go out looking for, are you interested, we will take that opportunity to do additional education at that time. Follow up with the sites that don't respond 2 weeks after the survey transmission. Next slide. And the one thing that we learned during COVID was, is there a way to do permission for immunizations when a parent can't be present? So if you think of it, mobile vaccine on site during school will be during school hours when many parents may be working or not, or guardians, and may not have the ability to be there. So we have culturally appropriate vaccine information. We have had this for forever. Crystal's team has developed much of this. We've used it based on best practices, but we also ensure that we adhere to what immunization consent is required from at a federal level. Multiple forms of consent will be accepted. We have protocols on this that we can share with you if you're interested, including written and verbal consent. Parents will be encouraged to attend, but as you can see, if for some reason they can't be there, if consent has been obtained and documented, we will be able to vaccinate the child. Next slide. Mobile unit logistics and staffing. Each clinical team will visit 2 schools to provide mobile vaccination. Obviously, there may be some modification of this depending upon how many children need to get immunized at a specific place. So for instance, if there's only 2 children at one place, we may perhaps be able to do 3 or 4 mobile visits in one day, but at a minimum, there will be 2 visits a day. We will staff this by doing some closures at our clinics and using the clinic staff to go out. Now, this is consistent with what we do every summer anyway, because in summer we spend a tremendous amount of effort doing back to school vaccinations. So while this looks like it takes away from direct services, we're just in a sense changing where the services are being provided. As opposed to being in the clinic, they will be mobile. I would also say that we do mobile vaccine clinics throughout the year, so we're well versed in how to do these. We'll have 1 to 2 nurses, 1 to 2 administrative staff. Events will be planned, as you can imagine, just to make sure things align and are the most efficient and effective utilization of resources. Next slide. The next slide talks about the data management. The most important thing here is that the families will get a record that the child did have the appropriate immunization. We also have access to the immunization logs that the state maintains, so we will be checking those logs prior to giving an immunization. So it's possible a parent will believe that their child never got an MMR, but there's actually documentation that they got the MMR. Obviously, we will not give an additional vaccine in that situation. And school staff will retain administrative records of us giving the immunizations. We'll also offer technical assistance to the school health officials. Most school health officials, nurses, medical assistants, know how to query the state database, but we will be working with them to ensure that they know how to update that and or identify who may be most at risk. Next slide. Monitoring and reporting, we'll maintain a centralized tracker for this. We will make it available to those who have a need to know. We'll provide written quarterly updates to you, the board, and we'll be able to show regional trends and the impact of this. Next slide. The cost of mobile outreach, obviously, we wanted to share that with you. These are the estimates of doing this. However, we are not asking for additional funds for this. As I noted previously, we will be using some people that are currently at other clinics to provide these services. It's difficult to know what the estimated cost is on this because we don't know how many facilities will want us to come to them. And we also don't know the impact of the information that we have shared up till now as we go into a new school year. It's very possible that because what we're seeing in other parts of the country is in areas where there's been increased knowledge and concern about measles, that there's been increased uptake of the vaccine in young children. It's possible that's happening in Tucson too. I mean, we can track the number of immunizations that have been given. We track them from our facility, but it may be that as individual families go back to school, there's more of an emphasis on them obtaining the vaccine. Obviously,
Dr. Cullen, could I interrupt just to ask a clarification question?
Yeah.
When it says 156 events, I'm gathering that's the total number of schools that are below 95%?
Yes, that number is the number that we obtained by looking at the state data that was available.
And recognizing that we aren't likely to get to all of those schools and that there might be a possibility for consolidation, would you update the board when you're able to on the actual number of events that get scheduled?
Yes, we will do that, Supervisor Scott. I think our belief is that it will be less than half of that that elect. And once again, some of that is, we do have the list of the number of students at each location and the number that are not vaccinated. I elected to not share those numbers with you. That is publicly available, but I think it's best that we just work with the schools directly.
Agreed.
And let them decide. So that I think is my last slide. Crystal, do you want to say anything? No. Okay, well, thank you. And I think this is a comprehensive approach. The really good news is that if we have another situation like this, we can use this as a templated way to approach to be in the community. It also does meet what our needs are, which is to be in the community. And you may be aware, I also just want to thank the board. We do have a new mobile. We were able to get that with ARPA funding. It is being branded right now on the outside, but that mobile van will also become available for us to do these services.
Thank you, Dr. Cullen. Any questions for Dr. Cullen? Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Dr. Hines.
All good. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And thank you for doing this. I'm always impressed to see your presentations. And I'm curious, I have a couple of questions, but is this sort of similar to responses that other jurisdictions are doing, to your knowledge? Not that it matters because we should be doing this anyway, but I'm just curious if this is kind of what's happening.
Supervisor Scott, Chair Hines, members of the board, I don't know anybody else that's doing this.
Okay, there. Sorry. Okay. And then with regard to the, I did this myself actually, because as this measles has been kind of becoming more of a thing, I've had patients and just friends and members in the community asking, oh, I should get a booster, right? And my recommendation is actually hold that thought, because the vast majority of us should have lifelong immunity. Maybe check with your PCP, get a test, check to see if you still have immunity before you use up some of our stock, because I know that could you talk a little bit about the availability of the MMR vaccine in terms of where we're at? Because I know sometimes that can be in a little bit short supply.
Yeah, Supervisor Scott, Chair Hines, members of the board. No, whatever, I did that wrong. We have enough stock. There was a time when we did not have enough stock, and Supervisor Hines, you were well aware of that situation. We do have enough stock right now. There was a limit on the availability of it throughout the United States. However, despite having enough stock, we would still recommend what you have stated, that you should check with your PCP. Many people, most people are fully immunized and should be adequate, especially in Arizona. these recommendations might change if all of a sudden we had an outbreak here, or if you are internationally traveling. The CDC recommendation that just came out if you're internationally traveling in the last week is that you should ensure you've had 2 doses of the MMR. So anyone who is doing international travel should check and make sure they have that. Before that, it was based on where you were going. I think because of the recent increase in measles globally, their now recommendation is everyone should make sure they've had 2 doses.
Great. And just 2 more things. And she referred to the fact that I actually do get my vaccinations and check things myself at our Pima County Health clinics. And the last MMR booster, because I was asking if they had any, was given out to a patient just before I was there. So it's like, oh gosh, I should probably know about this. Okay. But this is a little more general, but are we as the county, are you as a county health department with regard to federal recommendations being promulgated, whether it's regarding MMR or any other vaccination or any other recommendation, are we required to adopt these? I ask that because I'm a little concerned based on what I'm hearing, based on the Secretary of Health and Human Services, who was very different from the person I worked for, that in some cases we have minimal, questionable, or just total lack of science or data supporting recommendations that seem to be more politically based. I'm distressed that that's even something we have to talk about, but this could, adopting some of those recommendations could put our community members at risk. And I'm curious, what do we or you have to do or not have to do with regard to those types of recommendations when they come out, if they are, I guess I would say, questionable?
Supervisor Hines, Chair Scott, members of the board, I actually had this discussion with our public health lawyer last week to get clarity. We are the public health, the Pima County Health Department is the public health authority for the county. The county can make decisions, recommendations that don't have to align with what comes out federally. However, I think the only situation we will be in when we do something like that will be after a strong reflection of the data. I can give you one example, which is women who are pregnant and the COVID vaccine right now. The information's kind of all over the place. And we're actually waiting for ACIP, the Commission on Immunization Practices, which will meet the last week in June, to get some more guidance. So as of right now, we have not changed any recommendations we had previously.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Cullen.
Hi.
Going back to another time, the discussions you and I had a lot, the interchanges, we had a lot dealt with the COVID issue. And I think it's fair to assume that as a result of the environment around the COVID vaccinations and the issues that encompass them, there was a lot of mistrust as a result on the community's part due to issues relating to the COVID vaccinations. And I think it's important that we try to clarify, or at least maybe answer some things about this particular vaccination in order to avoid that mistrust that seemed to permeate the environment after COVID and the COVID inoculations. And just to reiterate Supervisor Hines' question, we're the only county in the state that is doing this program?
Supervisor Christie, members of the board, we're the only county that is putting together a mobile vaccination plan to go out in the community, offering this to schools with less than 95%.
Okay, thank you. I have just a few questions. First one, is a MMR required by the state to take place before a child can be enrolled in a school? Is that a requirement?
Yeah, Supervisor Scott, yes, it is. Supervisor Christie, it is a requirement. However, there is the possibility for exemptions. So a family can choose to document an exemption, and all it is a family, a parent or a guardian documenting the request for an exemption, and that is then accepted.
But other than that, it is required?
Yes.
we have these formulas, I guess, that we're basing on herd immunity and exemptions and that mathematical equation. How do schools indicate that they are not interested in participating? How do they opt out?
Supervisor Christie, in this case, will be opting in. So we will send them out information about the potential for us to come do a mobile vaccine at their facility, at their school, their organization, and they will indicate that they are interested in that. If we don't get a response, we will follow up in 2 weeks just to make sure that they received this offer. But if they say no, then we're done.
So they can communicate to you their desire to participate, as well as indicate their desire to say no.
Yes, and then if they indicate that they're not interested, there's no further engagement.
And of course, not every immunization fits every child. And usually that is left to a discussion between the parent and the physician. I don't see any dynamic including the physician in this.
Supervisor Christie, you're right. You don't see this here. If, however, the consent process itself includes information as well as the ability to talk to one of our providers if the parent or guardian is interested in that. So no one will be vaccinated without appropriate parental or guardian consent.
And you don't require any consultation with the family's physician or?
Oh, I see your question. Sorry, Supervisor Christie. No, we don't. And that is not atypical for us. We do back-to-school immunizations routinely for many families that have primary care pediatricians, but their pediatric offices no longer offer immunizations. That is becoming more and more common just because of the cost associated with giving out immunizations. So we do not routinely consult with an individual's pediatrician with the assumption that the parent and or guardian are acting as the parent or guardian to give consent for the vaccination.
Okay. Going to your appendices, just for my own edification, on page 11, there are 2 schools that are on the list. I'm just curious. Both of them are what are entitled the Lehman Virtual Academy. How do you conduct a inoculation program in a virtual school?
Supervisor Christie, members of the board, it's going to be a great question, and I think what we'll do is we'll reach out to them, offer it. Our understanding is many virtual schools do provide the opportunity for there to be an organizational place where families can come for instance, for testing and or other educational testing and or other activities. So it will be up to those schools also. If that doesn't exist,
they're going to have to organize a gathering or something, or?
Supervisor Christie, members of the board, we would work with them. If they don't want to participate at all, once again, that would be fine. In addition, the other option that will be available for them is if they have a small number of children whose parents are requesting vaccination, they can be referred to one of our clinics, our 3 clinics that offer vaccinations on a regular basis.
And going back to your appendices again, 95% is the target because it reaches that herd immunity level. And on numerous percentages of vaccinated in the first column and the percent that are exempted, if you do the math, it reaches as much as 100%, the target, 100%. Why would we want to do any kind of program with a school that, by your own mathematics, reaches 100%?
Supervisor Christie, members of the board, the numbers we looked at were the ones immunized. You are right that there are schools with, if you add the exemption and the number of immunized, you get up to 100%. However, our concern is the number that are vaccinated. And so we want to give them the opportunity to share with their family members or their guardians of their students the opportunity to get vaccinated. Obviously, once again, if they choose to not not do that because they may have an exemption rate of 8 or 9%, that's fine. The outreach is not to the parents, the outreach is to the school itself.
And on their immunization consent form, there's several questions about assigned gender, preferred pronouns. Are these going to impact any potential vulnerability or exposure from the current federal government that might not allow payment for this? Or how would this affect any grant money or any monies that would pay for this program?
Supervisor Christie, members of the board, none that I know of. We have had this discussion recently with CDC, and depending upon any further dialogue with them, if something does change with that, we can modify the form based on their guidance. As of now, what is in that consent form is considered acceptable.
And of course, the environment of having a clinic come into a schoolyard or a school campus and have clinicians administer the vaccine during the school week. And it's very important, I would think, for toddlers and young kids that they would feel better having their parents there rather than a stranger administering an injection. Parents are working. Why do we have to go to all of this when folks, if they want this immunization, they can go to any one of a number of dozens of CVHs, was that right, or CVCs? CVSs, I'm sorry, or Walgreens. Why can't they just go to the local area drugstore and get the same thing with their parents on a Saturday or Sunday or after school, rather than having to go into a clinic drive-in situation with strangers?
Yeah, Supervisor Christie, members of the board, it's a really great comment. We would actually hope that most parents would choose to vaccinate through the available services. Also, our clinics themselves have Saturday clinics as we move back into the back to school era. So we are trying as a health department to ensure that we have late afternoon hours as well as weekend hours for parents that are working. Once again, I just want to reiterate that this is to make it the easiest it can be for individuals to get their children immunized if they choose to do that. And it may turn out, as Chair Scott asked us to come back and report, that at the end of this, we reach out to over 100. We have 20 schools that accept the offer. I think the other part of this is just this reminder that one of the roles of public health is to make sure that we decrease the barriers that exist to services that are important to the community. And that's what this does right now. But I would reiterate what you said to those listening. If you have private insurance or Medicaid, you can get your immunizations at the vast majority of pharmacies that are available right now.
And you mentioned also the HHS report coming out. It's going to be coming out in 6 months.
Supervisor Christie, members of the board, I think it's before that. I think it's September or October, but it's in the fall.
So why don't we wait for the report to come out? Why are we pushing this so quickly now?
Supervisor Scott, members of the board, from a public health perspective, the MMR is considered a very safe, effective vaccine. It's been used for decades. The numbers of reports that of potential side effects are very minimal. The consent form actually lists a few of them, but I don't feel, as the public health director right now, that we need to wait. The other thing is that as children go back to school, we want to make sure they're protected from day one or as early in the school season as we can for them.
And finally, Mr. Chair, thank you for your patience. I may need some help from you on responding to a constituent. I'd like to just maybe see what your comments would be, that I could pass them on to my constituent. She is an MD. She's written me before on health issues. She says, vaccinated people can also transmit measles. People who choose to forego a medical procedure because they judge risk to be greater than benefit to them, or for other reasons, are perfectly within their rights. How do you react to that?
Supervisor Christie, members of the board, this whole, what we're seeing happening with vaccinations now is something that has happened throughout healthcare in the last, I would say, 10 to 15 years, which is about shared decision making. And her second comment is really related to if an individual or a family member makes a decision and wants to discuss it with the provider, and then together they make a different decision, that's perfectly acceptable. That is the way that vaccinations are being recommended right now in multiple cases by the CDC and by the health department. When an individual comes in to get vaccinated, we indicate to them what are the recommended shots for that individual based on age and gender and risk factors and underlying disease. However, the final decision to get a vaccine really rests within that individual, and in the case of a minor, within their parent and their guardian. I think the comment about if you're vaccinated, you can infect other people is not true for the MMR vaccine. There are cases where individuals have been fully immunized and have gotten measles. And in that case, they do have a low proclivity to infect someone else, but their infectiveness is very low. And that may be what she's referring to. The shot itself does not put you in a position that you will then infect somebody with measles because you've gotten an immunization.
And she finishes by saying, schools should not be vaccination or clinic sites. Vaccines need to be given in a medical setting with the ability to handle severe reactions, keep proper medical records, and obtain informed consent, including the right to exemptions.
Supervisor Christie, members of the board, I would say that our plan addresses all of those. They will be, vaccines will be administered with the ability to respond to any adverse reactions. They will be administered by licensed independent practitioners. We will be tracking medical records appropriately, and individuals who choose to not get a vaccine will not sign a consent form and not show up to get a vaccine at that point. So I feel really comfortable with that, those concerns, and that they're being adequately addressed by our plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Supervisor Allen.
Thank you, Dr. Cullen, for the plan. I think it's very thoughtful and very detailed. I have some questions around exemptions. And, there's, within your appendix, there's a few schools, Desert Christian K through 8, that has nearly 42% exempt. Faith Community Academy, 36% exempt. Tanque Verde Lutheran, 36%. St. Andrews, 33%. Tucson Waldorf, also in the 30% exempt. Could you talk to me a little bit about, so who defines exemptions? And how long is that valid? Is it something that a parent needs to kind of renew throughout the educational process of a child? And what are the allowable reasons?
I'm going to give this to Crystal. So she's probably going to mess up the Supervisor Allen board.
So do I.
Supervisor Allen, members of the board, I did the best I could there. So ADHS defines the types of exemptions that are allowed. So there's medical exemptions. Those have to be signed by some kind of medical provider alongside with the parent or guardian to determine that they're not medically eligible for the vaccine. Those are very rare, especially with MMR vaccines, because they are very well tolerated. True anaphylactic reactions are incredibly rare. So most of the other exemptions are personal belief exemptions or religious exemptions. So those generally are because people have ideological issues with vaccines or they have safety concerns that have not been adequately addressed. So those are the exemptions that you see mostly in those schools. Medical exemptions are generally less than 1% or lower in schools. Oh, yes, the question's about renewals. So medical exemptions, the provider determines how long they last. So say they've had an anaphylactic reaction, they'll probably make that a lifetime. But then certain situations may change, and so those can be shorter short-term exemptions. As far as the personal and religious exemptions, those don't expire. They can last the entire time that the child is with the school. However, some districts do have policies in place to encourage those being revisited and changed every year, which is generally kind of considered a best practice because it gives the parents an opportunity to reconsider the vaccination, have that conversation again, and kind of see how they're feeling about that.
So I know that the plan is focused on the schools that have sort of the highest unvaccination rate and those that have the fewest exemptions, right? But I am still just curious about the ones that have these high exemptions and whether or not is there I think we did a little bit of research around how it is that you sort of change how you address, how you have conversations with people that have a belief that, and whatever the belief might be, but this is public health, which means that it's less of a, and we learned this lesson clearly through the pandemic about this, the tension point between individual decisions and what we think of as an individual right, but then also the community right and the community need. And public health is one of those where we are pushed to think beyond ourselves and to think about the public good. So is there any sort of like compelling research, models, case studies that can tackle some of the motivations that drive folks to go for these exemptions? Because there are a number of schools where the exemptions are really high, and it seems very unlikely that they are for medical reasons, but instead are for religious or personal reasons.
I think Supervisor Allen, members of the board, I think right now that really is sort of the million-dollar question in immunization practice. I think we're really short on very novel strategies about how to address these kinds of hesitancies and concerns. The things we do know is that there are some strategies that do work. We know that one-on-one conversations between parents and providers are incredibly important. We know that overwhelmingly parents do still trust their medical providers, even if some of their feelings may be at odds with the recommendations. So having those opportunity to have those one-on-one conversations, it really gives them an opportunity in a non-judgmental environment to voice concerns and have them heard is important. I think that's part of the barrier that we're facing, is that it's very difficult to find time and to find the right provider with the right fit to have those one-on-one conversations. And I think there are pieces of the plan that try to address that. That's why we're providing licensed professional staff who are trained to, if they want to have those conversations with our teams in the field or call us in the office, those are opportunities for them. We also do ask in the survey that Dr. Cullen referenced that if you are declining mobile services in your school, what are the reasons that you're declining and what else can we do for you? Even if you're not quite ready for a full immunization clinic, maybe you'd want education or some kind of conversation to be happening. But yeah, I think those strategies, we're still hoping they're coming down the pipeline.
Thank you for your work.
Thanks.
Supervisor Cano and then Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, Chair Scott, and hello, Dr. Cullen. Are we forcing vaccinations on any child in Pima County schools?
Supervisor Kano, members of the board, no, we are not forcing immunizations.
Are we entering schools, Dr. Cullen, without permission from administrators or districts?
Supervisor Kano, members of the board, no, we will only enter a school if we have been invited by the administration.
Do we vaccinate any child who hasn't been authorized by a parent, guardian, or legal authority?
Supervisor Kano, members of the board, no, we do not vaccinate anyone that does not have appropriate consent.
Thank you. I have 3 more questions. Do schools voluntarily opt in to host mobile vaccine clinics?
Supervisor Kano, members of the board, yes, schools voluntarily opt in.
Dr. Cullen, is parental consent required before a child receives the MMR vaccine through our mobile unit?
Supervisor Kano, members of the board, parental and/or guardian consent is required.
Thank you for that clarification. And my last question is, Pima County constitutionally mandated to protect and uphold the region's public health? Dr. Cullen.
Supervisor Kano, members of the board, yes, we are mandated.
Thank you.
And Chair Scott, Dr. Cullen, Just a couple of extra things. One, I wanted to respond to my colleagues' concerns from District 4 that mobile units are, in fact, medically appropriate settings for delivering vaccinations, which you clarified, and I think another member of the board did too. But in my nearly 2 decades of practicing medicine, I'm not aware of a religious, like a firmly held, long-standing religious belief-based exemption for vaccination. And I'm just wondering, because you monitor this more than, and probably better than I do, are you aware of that? What religion doesn't allow for? It's not Catholics. The Pope Frank was pretty clear on that. But I mean, what do you know? I'm truly, honestly curious, because we have the 3 exemptions. One is medical, which can be a serious reaction, of course. The second being religious, which I don't know what the basis for that is for. And the most disturbing exemption, of course, is the personal belief exemption in the state of Arizona, which just says, based on nothing whatsoever other than the parent just thinks it's not a good idea, they'll just sign something and then the kid doesn't get vaccinated, which endangers everyone. But we have to abide by those, I guess. But is there a religion that actually says no to vaccinations? What is that?
Supervisor Hines, members of the board, no, there are no mainstream religions that have issues with vaccination. So when you're in preschool, there is not a personal belief exemption available. It's only religious beliefs exemptions available in the state of Arizona. So we believe that people sign the religious exemptions because that's the only option available to them at that age group.
Okay. And then lastly, and this is for Chair Scott and Dr. Cullen, I know that we focus on like the vaccination rates for like enrolling, like matriculating kindergartners. When these, hopefully all of these schools are inviting folks in, but for the schools that have had several years of less than 95% vaccination rates. So that means there could be first graders and second graders and third graders that maybe still have not gotten that MMR. Will those be offered in that kind of situation, or are you only going to be targeting the matriculating kindergartners? And I guess that I would hope that it would be open to anyone who still needs a vaccination, but I'm curious to hear if you have included that in your calculations and strategy.
Yeah, Supervisor Hines, members of the board, I think it's important to go back to something Supervisor Christie said, that immunizations are available at multiple places throughout the county, most pharmacies. A significant minority of pediatricians, many pediatricians, like I stated, have stopped doing vaccines, but that's because the health clinics there and the pharmacies are there. So at this point, we do not have a plan to go back in, for instance, to evaluate third grade numbers and immunization rates at that point. However, they are evaluated in 6th grade. So we have 6th grade data. So the state collects that data. That's a reportable, that's a report that's required from schools. And so once we get through this, we could potentially go to the 6th grade. However, when we've looked at that, there's a lot less schools in that situation. Remember, at this age, we're hitting that 4 to 6 year old. Remember, first one, 12 to 15 month old, second, 4 to 6 year old. So you can see how you could easily, as a parent, get to a 6-year-old and not have immunized because you believe you have this 2-year span period. So the hope is really that we can, by accelerating the immunization there, by the time everyone's in 6th grade, we will have had adequate catch up from this plan and we'll be okay.
Great, thank you. That's all my questions.
Supervisor Kano.
Thank you. Can I move the item, Chair Scott?
You may.
Thank you. I move to approve the mobile unit deployment plan as presented by staff.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Kano, seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Thank you both so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, we're going to stay on the county administrator's section of the regular agenda. And before we go to item 20, which is update on federal and state executive, legislative, and judicial actions that affect Pima County, wanted to engage my colleagues on this item. After some discussions with the county administrator leading into this meeting, when this item was added to our agenda, we requested that it be a standing agenda item, that we cover it at every meeting of the board. Knowing that information is coming out of Washington and Phoenix at different rates, there may not always be new information at every board meeting. Recognizing that there might be information that comes into the county administrator and her team in between meetings, it would be essential for the county administrator to report to us if there's something substantial that comes in from Phoenix or Washington in between meetings. I'm wondering if after this presentation, we could change our direction, if you will, and just have the county administrator put live updates under her section of the agenda when it's necessary, and then update us otherwise as needed. Supervisor Christie.
I think that's a terrific idea, Mr. Chair, and I would carry it one step further to today's meeting and ask if there's anything that has changed since the last meeting that we should be aware of today, rather than go through an entire presentation again.
So just to follow up on that point, Ms. Lesher and Ms. Davis, is there anything in the report that you're going to go through today that with regard to action in either Washington or Phoenix is substantially different from what you covered last time? Does that summarize your question, Supervisor?
Chair Scott, there's nothing significantly different, and there's nothing different from when it was submitted to you in writing. Would you have anything to add other than what we've distributed in the report?
Chair Scott, members of the board, Administrator Lesher, no. And what accompanied this PowerPoint slide was a memo, which we always provide to the board, which has a little bit more granular information. The only thing to add to Ms. Lesher's comment is that we are actioning the board directive from last meeting around more programmatic impact data, and we'll be providing that to the board as a compendium full impact report.
Perfect. Supervisor Connor.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I'm not in favor of any reforms to this particular item at this moment. I feel that sunlight is the best disinfectant, and when we have a federal administration that is hampering with our ability to have a healthy quality of life in our region, I would love for the public to continue to be engaged on this issue. We are the second largest county with lots of impacts coming to our jurisdiction with federal cuts, and so I'm very, I look forward to Ms. Davis's future presentations about some of that qualitative impact that I believe Pima County residents need to hear.
And just to be clear, Supervisor, when I was talking with the county administrator heading into this meeting, we wouldn't discontinue the item, but we would leave it to her discretion as to when she would add it to her part of the agenda. It just wouldn't be a mandate that it be at every meeting. She could utilize that discretion. Supervisor Hines.
Excuse me. I was just going to say, Chair Scott, we could maybe have it agendized in its own right monthly instead of every meeting. That might be somewhere in the middle. And then if there's some additional thing that this administrator would like to bring up during her particular part of the agenda, if it's not happening, doesn't happen to be in one that is agendized, that would be fine too.
Thank you. Supervisor Allen, any comment or input?
I would be comfortable with the administrator determining whether it warrants a presentation or, memos in between to keep us updated on some of the key actions that are affecting programs in the county.
Okay. All right. So what I'm hearing from the board is that, and from Ms. Lesher, is that there isn't anything in today's presentation that's substantially different from what we heard at our last meeting. We got the presentation beforehand, and that moving forward, the board asks if there's something that needs to be added to an agenda, Ms. Lesher, that you'll add it to your section of the agenda, and that if there's something in between meetings that the board should hear about, that we'd get that via memorandum. All right. All right. Thank you all very much. We're now going to go to item number 21 under the county administrator, update on county initiatives to address homelessness and public safety. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Scott, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Darland for this presentation.
All right, Ms. Darland, thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair Scott, members of the board. Wait while they pull up the slide deck. Thank you. If you go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So as is sort of the standard of these updates is to remind the board of the 5 grounding priorities that established the office back in December of 2023. Just briefly, it's to inventory the county and partner programming, to address at-risk and homeless populations, to describe and illustrate how services are accessed and delivered, develop county public-facing communications, and to also develop a strategic and continuous improvement plan with the goal of ensuring programming is responsive, sustainable, and equitably distributed, and finally, to develop a means of tracking the efficacy of our county assistance programs. Today's update will focus on priorities, or will touch on rather, priorities best number 4 and number 5. Next slide, please. So, in previous updates to the board, and what is becoming a more consistent cadence with you all is to give you a regional snapshot on the number of reports that are received through the online homeless encampment reporting tool that is shared between the county and the city. This is also the tool that is used by 311 staff in the City of Tucson's Public Safety Communications Department when individuals dial that number and they want to report an encampment over the phone. That tool is also utilized. And so it is the opportunity for when they are reported, it geolocates where that asset may or may not be located, and it sends it out to the appropriate jurisdiction. Presently, that is both the city and the county. For the month of May, the total number of reports received for the region were 782. 91, or roughly 12% of which were located within unincorporated Pima County or properties under the county's authority and thus assigned to the county. As stated during previous updates to the board, these totals are not drilled down, meaning that they represent a total of all reports as received. And so similarly for all of the regional reports as well as those assigned to the county, these have not been refined to more accurately represent the actual sites that have been verified, meaning that we haven't had staff to go to each of these reports and verify that they are in fact a homeless encampment, that they are in fact under our jurisdictional authority. So that is what we've been working on in the background for the last several months. The totals on this slide include duplicates, meaning more than maybe there's possibility that more than one constituent reported the same site, or a constituent reported the same site more than once. County totals also include reports for sites which are, again, not under the county's authority, meaning these would be sites that were privately held, or also sites that are under federal or state authority. Next slide, please. So just briefly, want to just touch on a reminder of what these, of the background improvements that we've been working on. We have been working on developing tools that will better aid in the drilling down of this data point so we can more accurately represent to the board and to the public the number of reports that we're getting that are actually verified in encampments and the conditions in which our county staff and personnel are observing when they do inspect this space. So to that end, the month of May was the first time that we used both a homeless outreach report as well as a site inspection report. Reporting tools are downloaded to the county's devices, and those are presently being used by regional flood control district staff and the homeless services outreach staff of the Community and Workforce Development Department. So the next two slides will show the board, this one here, how the tool actually appears, the data fields and format. This first slide is of the site inspection report and essentially gives you the idea of the layout. Each of these snapshots represents a different screen wherein staff can record evidence of campfires, drug paraphernalia, hazardous materials, materials, confirmation as to whether or not the site is active, meaning an individual is residing in the encampment, or whether or not it is not an encampment, meaning it could be storm debris or, what was commonly referred to as wildcat dumping. And if it's an active encampment, the staff are able to record whether or not that site has been remediated, meaning cleaned within the last 30 days. Next slide, please. And this slide here shows the board what the homeless outreach team is using. They have a separate survey downloaded to their devices. The data from this tool allows for us to collect real-time number of individuals who are being encountered during on-site inspections with our Regional Flood Control District team, with whom the team is able to engage and offer services. The purpose, again, of this tool is to capture a real-time count of individuals in these spaces, also account for any pets in that space, observe vulnerabilities such as age, would be older folks or even children, as well as observed individuals who appear to have another underlying medical need and need for care. It also allows for us to more accurately collect information related to the services that are accepted, as well as those services, as well as when services are declined. If you'll recall in previous updates, we've been working in the anecdotal space and not in the real space, meaning that we don't have data to back up what I report out to you all. Data is not identifiable information, meaning we are not collecting the names, date of birth, or any other personal identifying information from these individuals. This is simply a means for us to just track a number associated with an action or a number associated with an activity or an observed situation. In terms of that information that is recorded, that is personal identifying information, that is utilized by the homeless management information system that the team on the outreach on the homeless outreach services folks have access to. That's also referred to as HMIS. You may hear folks refer to that from time to time. Next slide, please. So again, these next two slides that I'm going to share with the board are preliminary results from the initial rollout of both of these tools in response to reported encampments. It's important to note that the district, meaning the Regional Flood Control District, that's a primary lead on the site inspection tool, had already commenced their quarterly maintenance and encampment cleanup process. That quarterly cadence begins both through the Rito and the Santa Cruz riverbed, as well as other adjacent washes. And that quarterly began prior to the go live date for this tool being utilized by personnel. So therefore, this data does not include approximately 85 tents that were observed within these respective channels. So in terms of what was captured in the initial rollout of this tool, you'll note that there are 12 site inspection reports that were submitted, 4 of which were not active encampments, meaning no individuals were observed in that particular space, and it was not considered to be an actual encampment. It was considered to be other debris or or dumping. 8 of the sites were seen as being active encampments, and in those areas and spaces, they are finding evidence of campfires, drug paraphernalia, and hazards. We're talking, food waste, human waste, and pet waste. As well, and again, other reported debris, again, would just be other trash and items that aren't necessarily or commonly referred to or associated with encampments. Regretfully, on this particular slide, I left out another data point, which is of the 8 encampments that were recorded as active, 4 of those were sites that had been previously remediated by the Flood Control District team within the last 30 days. Next slide, please. So this slide represents the data as collected during the initial rollout of the outreach report, which also began on the 1st of May. They're playing a little bit of catch up with respect to what Regional Flood Control District team had already collected prior to the tool being released. So there's going to be a little bit of they're going to be out of rhythm with each other for a little bit until they get back into another quarterly cadence. So you're going to see a disproportionate number of outreach reports compared to what we saw from the initial site inspections. So for the month of May, a total of 27 reports were submitted. 19 individuals were encountered, one of whom was observed to be an older person. Typically, according to HUD, they see anybody over the age of 55 as being older. Our staff really looks for folks who are like that age range or older, tends to fall within the neighborhood of 60 or beyond. Pets observed were 6, and individuals who accepted services were 1. So 1 of the 19 individuals encountered accepted services. Again, the standard service delivery model is we offer connections to emergency shelter, case management, detox, document assistance such as identification. Some folks lose their birth certificates. The outreach team can also record other services as requested. This is intended for us to capture what emerging trends or other opportunities to do some back-end care coordination after the initial outreach effort for things that maybe we don't see as a standard request, but is something that comes up and something that we can also prepare for if we're starting to see it come up more commonly. During today's board meeting, the team was out in the field from about 9 a.m. to 11:30 this morning, and during that time frame, they visited 14 sites, spoke to 18 individuals. They observed 2 pets. 3 of the 18 individuals accepted services, which were namely to have their housing assessment looked up in the HMIS to see if they'd been matched to housing, while the other remaining 15 individuals declined services. And I can share that information with you because one of the things that we built into the system was that as the reports are being submitted by either the Regional Flood Control District team or the outreach team, those reports are sent back to a set number of folks in real time. So we can in real time see that information as it's being submitted. That allows for our staff to be responsive to inquiries that come through from constituents to the Board of Supervisors, the County Administrator's Office. It also allows for us to be more cognizant of the data and what's happening in any trends, also for better service coordination between not only the county and our public works and outreach teams, but also in those areas of shared partnership with the City of Tucson and local law enforcement agents. Next slide, please. Thank you. So ongoing activities. On the data side, we're going to continue to work on refinement on the back end of these systems. So as these reports are coming back in real time, the goal is going to be that the Regional Flood Control District is going to be inspecting all sites as received, or all reports on sites received through this regional tool. And while they're on site, if they determine that the asset is actually under another county department's operational maintenance authority, in real time they'll be able to send that report with the documentation directly to that department so they can proceed to the next step according to their department's operational processes. Again, the whole goal is to ensure that we're efficient, effective, and we're saving time for county staff and personnel, but we're also being responsive to the constituents who are making reports on these encampments and these activities in this space. This will also allow us to better drill down on what's verified as an active encampment, when it's verified, where is it falling, which department's most impacted. I can tell you anecdotally, it's going to be the Regional Flood Control District that's the most impacted overall. We've seen that in year over year that tends to be the department that carries a lion's share of this work. But we'll be able to give you, again, the goal is always to give more transparency to what we're seeing and what we're doing in this space, and then also to provide that data back to the county administrator as well as to the board. Additionally, we'll be working with my colleague, Ms. Davis, on pulling together the fiscal year end totals for the number of households served in homeless programming as either administered directly by the county or through county contracts with subrecipient organizations and agencies. Additionally, working to finalize what is the update to the county administrative procedure, more commonly referred to as the homeless encampment protocol. That comment period closed on May 31st. Comments now will be going to the county administrator for review and finalization. Following that, we will be putting together a formal training and rollout to county staff. Mid to late June, I'll be working with our facilities management safety folks as well as Mr. Stuckey for some de-escalation review. Likely reach out to our health department as well for some best practices related to any Narcan distribution as requested by county staff. And we'll also be, again, walking through what the changes are in this protocol. The other piece is working on the shelter feasibility and work plan as requested by Chair Scott at the previous meeting of the board. We're on the early stages of developing this plan, assessing both the present community capacity as well as additional needs to increase the inventory. This also means identifying associated costs or just baseline estimates of what it would be to bridge that delta of difference in the need. But I say that I want to also say that there's a real momentum that's occurring right now in our community. There's a collective discussion that's happening around developing a shared approach and method to engaging folks in services. It's timely, and that this recognition is supported by dialogue that has occurred among our community partners and care coordinators care coordinators and system partners. Two key discussions were facilitated by the county's Justice Services Department and the Health Department, where folks got together, convened a discussion related to the various different roadblocks in their care strategies. How do we divert people away from justice systems, and how do we more timely connect individuals to programs and services that alleviate the crisis that they're encountering? Any strategy that establishes more shelter capacity or even just addresses effective utilization of what we already have should be aligned with a strategy to interrupt the crisis that is interrupting the individual's ability to maintain stable housing. Otherwise, we're just going to see folks continue to recidivate through this process. The crisis that folks are facing is significant, and we need to do a better job at connecting folks to services before we can even get them to think about where they may or may not sleep at night. Again, there is momentum and there is also urgency, which means the development of this strategy, it will be working right alongside, this conversation to ensure, again, that we are looking at this from both a where can folks go, but also how can we start to address the crisis they're facing. This would also include examination of models that we've seen here locally. During the pandemic, we had a shelter care coordination model that worked very well. We also have another service-based shelter strategy that's underway with the Craycroft, right? It is mainly an eviction-aligned service strategy, but it is still an example that when you tie a strategy to the shelter and the next thing, which is likely housing, you see outcomes that land in the 80s as far as positive destination rates. You see length of stay somewhere in the neighborhood of an average of 79 shelter days, which is unheard of. But that means that there is a service strategy not only in navigating folks to that program, but then navigating folks through and into housing. And so with that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Any questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Christie.
Yes, there was a recent ruling in the city of Tucson. A judge ruled that the city could be liable for problems at homeless camps. How is that going to impact or affect the county's approach vis-a-vis what that ruling stipulated?
I'm going to ask the county administrator to respond to that, if you don't mind, Supervisor.
Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, because I mentioned to Supervisor Scott that I am meeting with the county attorney's office later this week, and I'd asked to talk with them about how they interpret the ruling and how it may impact us. So I think it's something we've got to look at, and I'm happy to get back with you after I've talked with the attorneys. Thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor. Any other questions or comments from my colleagues? All right. Ms. Darlin, thank you very much. We'll now go to our final presentation under the County Administrator, Strategic Planning for Pima County. Ms. Lesher, any introductory remarks?
Ms. Cole.
Chair Scott, Board of Supervisors, Administrator Lesher, thank you for the opportunity to present the update, and we're just waiting on the slides, which we've seen the front slide like 4 times now. There we go. And let's go to the next one. That's great. This is our agenda. So we're going to start and set the stage for strategic planning, then review the process we used, results, and next steps. So next slide. So each outreach planning session that we went through in this past quarter started with a discussion about what is strategic planning to get everyone involved on the same page and orient the team on the purpose of strategic planning. So this diagram is representing the strategic planning process, starting at the top with the purpose of Pima County, our why. The next is that strategic center, our what, and the base of the pyramid is our execution or our how. The strategy, the central part of the pyramid, has been in place for the past 2 budget cycles. It's common to focus on the what we do first. So we're reporting today about the top of the pyramid, which would provide clarity and a roadmap for staff so that we would know what direction we're heading. Another way to consider this is that the top is sort of long-range direction, and it's a strategic 10-year horizon, while the center is maybe a 5-year planning horizon. And the bottom is something we do on a yearly basis as an action plan that is tactical. Let's go to the next slide. So we reported on March 18th that we were starting this kickoff of this process, and we were directed to meet with directors and elected officials to gather input, put it together, and then come back today. So this is just really quickly what we did over that time frame. In March, we did some planning and scheduled with all of those staff members. And then in the first half of April, we held 12 virtual sessions. We had 62 attendees and used interactive tools to focus on the values, mission, and vision inputs. The last week of April, we issued a survey back. So we repeated the information we gathered, collated it, and then got confirmation from those who had participated in April. And then we took that information to kind of confirm the pillars used and to create a draft mission and vision for Pima County. So let's go over those results. Next slide. So the strategic planning meetings focused on that top, as we've already stated. And we started with values, our fundamental beliefs that form the basis of the vision and mission statements. This is a little bit more tangible. It's easier for people to start with. And we used a guiding planning list of 93 words. We used that interactive tool. We let people kind of pick which words resonated. As we went through those 93 words, we were able to distill it down into 26 of the top rated ones. We took that to the survey and we asked for everyone to go ahead and pick their top 5. And so what you're looking at is how we've grouped these values into different areas. And as no surprise, our Pima County mission is clearly reflected here with accountable, respectful, and ethical being the top areas of words selected, so that's very high. But you can also see that excellence, innovation, sustainability, and prosperity or prosperous were equally important. So then what we did is go ahead and draft mission statements using fill-in-the-blank prompts. We had as many as 60 different suggestions. We asked both department directors and elected officials to give us the overall county vision and mission, but with the understanding that they also wear the hat of their department or area. And so a lot of the statements that we got might have been through that lens with that specific perspective. And then we were able to take those, distill them down, and look at 8 different statements in that follow-up survey, right? And then those were voted on by the people who participated, and you could see a lot of alignment. There was a lot of similarity, and you often saw some of the words that were in that value program repeated in those mission statements. We did the same thing with vision, again, through that fill-in-the-blank process. At this case, we had a little less, so we had about 38 vision statements, and we distilled those down into 6 different ones for voting, and again, could see a lot of alignment between the people who were voting on this. and took that information to create what we're proposing for a draft mission and vision and connect that to our existing framework. So our intent is to take that strategic framework, those pillars we've been using, and to understand the plans that we have in place, such as Pima Prospers, the prosperity initiatives, climate plan and sustainability measures, our economic and infrastructure plans, and weave those together so that it fits with what staff has been using for the last several years to guide our work, and then take it to that next level, have that vision, mission, values on top of it, and then move on from there. So let's go to the next slide. So again, we are Pima County, so we're recommending proposed vision, committed to serving residents and fostering a thriving community guided by accountable, respectful, and ethical leadership. Our mission would be creating a prosperous community through sound stewardship and innovative practices, making a difference in quality of life for all. And these are the pillars that we currently operate in. I'm suggesting slight language changes to just make it more approachable, easier to say and understand, and have a little clearer meaning. So those 4 pillars are public service, quality of life, infrastructure and growth, and sustainability and conservation. So within those, public service is effectively managing our core functions and providing excellent service. Quality of life is improving the quality of life for Pima County residents. This is where things such as education, health, public safety is in this, and well-being. So this is where you might see a lot of the prosperity initiatives falling. Infrastructure and growth is priorities critical to infrastructure and economic growth. So this is where we are going to be working on capital plan, asset management, land use planning, balancing land use and conservation. Some of these different areas would all fall here. And then sustainability and conservation will provide conservation, sustainability, and climate resiliency. So this is where we're going to be looking at managing our conservation land system, our Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan, our climate action plan, and anything else related to those activities. All right, let's go to the next slide. So what's next? What we've done today is we're presenting that first start of the schedule we have here, which is relating to the current 25-26 strategic plan and our current budget. So we're looking to have that done in this year. And then for next year, we're going to be able to take this information and then take it out more broadly. We can get input from Pima staff at all levels. We can start looking at what would the action plan be for the next year's budget cycle. We can align action plan and budget. We could get input from the board at however you want to do that. We could get input from the community, and then go ahead and have this drafted and aligned with the next year's budget as our guiding light for what areas we should prioritize and fund to reach our goals. So that's all I have in the presentation today. If there's any questions or anything you want to review.
Questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Allen.
Thank you. Thank you for doing the work and really consulting with folks and building this plan out. I have a couple questions. So I'm curious about so I've spent a lot of time with strategic plans over the years in various nonprofit organizations. And oftentimes a strategic plan is built off of a fundamental question, right? A question, a challenge. Like, what is it that the strategic plan is responding to or answering? What is the challenge or the opportunity that we face right now? So then therefore we develop a plan that ensures that we can meet it. And so I'm wondering what the question is. Like, what is this? What are we trying to do with this plan?
Thank you, Supervisor Allen, Chair Scott, and Administrator Lesher. So a lot of times if you're answering a specific question, that might be really specific to a business strategic plan, or like you say, an organization, and they have maybe a limited scope. So when you're in a government agency that has the breadth and depth of services that we provide, there isn't necessarily a single overarching question. And in fact, by getting a mission, what we're trying to do is get some alignment to what is our ultimate purpose. Is our ultimate purpose public service? Is it public safety? There are many different areas that we're going to be approaching for that. So this is the very top of it. And our intent is to set some guidelines so that we know, okay, and maybe that is very easy. We should be accountable, respectable, and ethical, right? But what are those really going to be? So that's going to be requiring reporting, being transparent, right? So those are actions that are going to happen very far down the bottom of that pyramid in our action plan. So our goal here is very high end, but long term, when we get to that, we want to have an actionable yearly plan, and that's where those questions are going to come in, I believe. So if there's a specific thing relevant to this current year, next going forward, and that may be things that we're already seeing with my colleagues' housing initiatives that are upcoming, that might then guide our action plan for what are the specific steps in that next year that we'll take. Does that help?
Let me also call on Administrator Lesher because she asked to add some comments in response to your question.
Thank you, Chair Scott and Supervisor Allen and members of the board. I think one of the a purpose for the entire exercise, if you will, is that we started a couple of years ago with staff beginning to look at every element of the budget, which really is the broadest governing document that tells us what we do and what we care about. And making sure that as this organization, as many, continues to add things it does, what is really our purpose? You know, what are the things we need to be doing? So we began to develop goals and pillars, tactics, actions that then the board adopted and looked at when they developed the budget each year. But we wanted to stop for a moment and get back to a practice where we said, rather than having this informed by staff, what's that broad vision of the board about what it is we need to be doing, where we need to be focusing all of our energies and efforts. And so this is a very, broad, you are correct, with a lot of those individual questions, as Ms. Cole says, I think we'll be getting into. But now to go back and say, we've been here since 1864, and we're now looking at a vision or a mission statement seems very simple, if you will, and not providing the kind of granularity that I think we really need in order to impact what it is we do and how we develop our budget. But I think this is the framework, or what we're looking at now, are really the broadest guardrails within which we can work to develop specificity for each year.
Supervisor Allen.
I see that. I also did think about the prosperity initiative, the climate plan, Pima prospers. Departments have their strategic plans, and that there should be a guiding star, right? And that each of those are developed, whether it is in a 10-year cycle, thinking through Pima prospers. There isn't really a time frame that I'm clear of for the prosperity initiative, but that those are in response to some very specific critical needs and realities that we face in Pima County. So maybe that not that I'm not going to push we need an underlying question, right? But then I guess maybe I pivot to thinking about the vision. So committed to serving residents and fostering a thriving community guided by accountable, respectful, and ethical leadership. To me, that does not weave together the guiding light of prosperity, Pima Prospers, climate plan, the department strategic plans, it feels heavy on accountable, and maybe it's just they're bolded, accountable, respectful, and ethical leadership. The way that the leadership operates, I think, is incredibly important, but I don't know that that's the vision for Pima County and how those plans weave together. To me, I think about a vision. I think about what does our community look like, feel like, sound like? What are the things that help guide us and answer those questions of, do we do this or do we do that? And I'm not sure that committed to serving residents and fostering a thriving community, or that how the leadership operates helps us answer that question of we're at a crossroads. Do we do this or do we do that? So I think, yeah.
Administrator Lusher, anything further? Ms. Cole, anything further?
No, I appreciate the feedback. We're not done with this yet, so it's helpful to hear what your concerns are.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from Supervisors Kano or Christie? I will just remind my colleagues that you have communication from the clerk in terms of when we might schedule a retreat of the board in which this topic, strategic planning, would be a significant topic of discussion. So if you haven't gotten back to the clerk yet in terms of your availability, please do so. All right. Ms. Cole, thank you very much. All right, we're going to go back to the regular agenda, and I think I have some ideas that hopefully will work in terms of bundling some of our possibly less controversial items. First, sitting as the Flood Control District Board, I would move items 12 through 14. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Supervisor Allen? Oh, I'm sorry.
I was already saying yes.
Okay. I did have a number of questions, Ms. Lesher and Mr. DeBonis, about item number 12, but because you might want to follow up with Mr. Shep about them, with your permission, I'll email them to both of you, and I'll copy Ms. Manriquez so that the rest of the board can see them. So all those in favor of items 12 through 14 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, all three of those items pass. Now let's go to item number 15. This is a contract, Wells Fargo Bank, to provide agreement of sale for the purchase of property located at 136 through 150 North Stone Avenue and 35 East Alameda Street. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie. Discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
this is a tough one for me because that particular building is, I think, one of the jewels of downtown, and it would be, I think, horrible to reimagine it in a setting that is being suggested when it has such a storied and elegant past, that part of our heritage of downtown Tucson, which seems to be ever changing and ever being reimagined. And this is one of the last vestiges of it. And one of the reasons why we're talking about it is because the Valdez Library downtown is in such disrepair. A lot of that disrepair is because of the type of use that it's getting. And it appears that it seems to be a gathering place for homeless people, transients, all sorts of folks that are really not there to use it what its intended purpose was, and that was for a library and meeting rooms. I've also heard stories of the cleaning crew that go into the Valdez Library that are refusing to do that because it is posing a threat and a danger to them when they go into certain areas that aren't particularly well lit, and they're concerned about the safety of their staff. I would hate to see something like that happen to the Wells Fargo building in that same sense. we're looking more and more at libraries being reinvented from their original purpose that seems to be including and encompassing more social service agencies, more social services, period, counseling, whatever. And it also seems to be, again, a gathering place for folks that may have mental or addictive issues that really you don't want to have in close proximity with kids who really should be using the library facilities. And I think from that standpoint, I can work around that because that's a personal approach as far as how I feel about the Wells Fargo building. But I do have a couple of questions. Are we buying or proposing to buy the Wells Fargo building as is?
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, yes.
We're okay. Do we know what the cost of the tenant improvements would be?
Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, we do, and it is not insignificant, but I'm going to ask Mr. DeBonis. We do, I think we're moving round numbers, $6 million to purchase, 23 to 24 to do the renovations, but Mr. DeBonis can provide you with those specifics.
Test. Okay, there we go. Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, what Ms. Lesher indicated is correct as far as the current estimate.
Of 6.2 to buy and 24 to renovate?
Approximately, yes.
What about abatement and remediation issues, asbestos, that type of thing? Is that included in that?
So Supervisor Scott and Supervisor Christie, our facilities management department and our project design and construction team have been in the building several times. So they have done an overview of that and have factored that into the estimated improvement costs that were just cited.
Has the county considered the former South New Hampshire University building at 97 East Congress? That's, I think, inhabited right now by county employees that were moved over there during the renovation of this building, but they're due to come back. Would that not suffice as something that we already own that building, would we have to spend 70 some odd $million when we have this building here?
So Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, we did look at other county-owned assets in the downtown area, and that was one of them at 97 East Congress. The location is in Ideal, where it's situated. Parking
in Ideal.
In Ideal. Parking is not readily available. From a library layout standpoint, a single floor will work ideally for the library type uses. So that's a multi-story building. There is an existing tenant in there that is not a county department or a county building. So it was looked at and not felt to meet the square footage requirements, the street frontage requirements, the flow and layout requirements,
and parking. On the square footage, it's only a matter of 3,000 or 4,000 difference between the Wells Fargo and 97 East Congress. Is that a tipping point amount, or?
So Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, so acknowledge that the overall square footage is relatively similar. It's the layout of that square footage and the usable area for the operations and the flow, right? Multi-story layout, similar to what we have at the downtown main library. Deputy County Administrator Holmes can speak to some of the operational challenges that the library staff is experiencing just with being able to have staffing resources on site to operate the different activities on the multiple floors. So,
and who is the tenant in 97 East Congress?
I apologize, Supervisor Christie. I'm gonna take a quick look. I think I can figure that out before we depart this topic.
If I may,
Please.
One thing, I think that when you're looking at the Wells Fargo building, it's not only, it's 3 buildings. It's the Wells Fargo buildings and 2 adjacent buildings that move to the south. So again, we have a larger footprint flat, and it's the 219 space parking garage, that it's immediately adjacent, that I think is going to be a significant element of this as well, as we look at the challenges of parking within the area. We looked at the Roy Place building, we looked at 97 East Congress, we looked at, frankly, who's listening, the superintendent of schools building, any of the other buildings that the county owned in the downtown area, because obviously to repurpose something in the area that we already own made greater sense. When we looked at the build out costs, ultimately, it was determined that this would be more cost effective, not only in those initial tenant improvements that would be necessary, but in ongoing operations and maintenance of the organization.
Well, Mr. Chair, it seems to me with what they're doing at the Valley Bank building, that's being repurposed. It's a private equity. It's still a privately owned entity, and it's on the tax rolls. It's generating property tax. We're going to take a similar building with a similar history, spend all that money to make it into a library, removing it from the tax base, and changing it dramatically from it was. Where is Rio Nuevo in this?
Chair Scott and Supervisor Scott, they have seen the facility, they have looked at the parking facilities. They are not a partner in this. But one thing I will tell you.
They have no interest in this?
Not that I have heard. Again, what's the tax? There's not a tax revenue to be accommodated through this or to be realized. And I think that's really the greatest purpose of Rio Nuevo, is to make sure that there's, as a taxing district, that those taxes inure to the benefit of the district in the downtown area. But I do want to comment, sir, that one of the things that we have been talking about a lot when we look at this entire re-envisioning or reimagining the downtown area is looking at every property that the county owns and seeing what might be sold. Can we get properties back into the hands of those who are get it back on the tax rolls? And I think that when we can move out of some of these buildings, will soon be when we can vacate 97 East Broadway, other than the one tenant. What can we do with those facilities? And those are things we've been looking at.
Well, if you're, Mr. Chair, if you're, Ms. Lesher, suggesting that this would not be a good fit for Rio Nuevo or a good entity for them, why don't we just let it go back to private capital, put it up, let it go up for sale? Don't interfere with taking it off the tax rolls for a library. Let private equity look at it and buy it and do something like they did with the Valley Bank building. Well,
and Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, I keep promoting people. And I think our team can meet with him. We met, I know that the property has been on the market for some time. And that's been part of our conversations and discussions with the bank and with the agent as we've been looking at it. It have not been my understanding that anyone had interest in purchasing the building.
Well, I'm not going to be supporting the purchase of this. I think it's a wasteful thing to do, and it's something that really has a lot of potential, and I think would keep a great historical continuity downtown. So, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other questions or comments from Supervisors? Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I was in this building along with at least one of my colleagues and staff from, I think, 4 of the supervisorial teams, at least. I think it's a great opportunity. Makes a lot of sense. I've recently also with Downtown Tucson partnership toured the Treasury, which was the Chase Bank, a beautiful historic building that is now a gorgeous event space. I wish it was open more often, frankly, but it is really quite impressive what they've done with that old bank, former bank. And I think that this opportunity to preserve and protect this historic building, 3 buildings actually, the parking is icing on the cake and helps a lot with obviously logistics. And I think that it makes a lot of sense. I forgot to ask where the murals went in that Wells Fargo building. It turns out I applied for a credit card in the Chase building and in the Wells Fargo building personally. But I remember there being a lot of really nice murals. They're still in the Treasury. They're not in the Wells Fargo building. So before we ink this deal, if someone could figure out where the murals went and have them returned, that would be really important, I think, for the historical. I'm not kidding at all, actually. So that's very important for the historical, if that's what we're trying to do here. So yeah, I'm enthusiastic here. And by the way, we can make this, or it can be made a space that's not just a place for a bunch of books, right? This can be like libraries are modernizing. There are cafes or even little bar type things. Parents have to have some fun down there too. So like, I think we can really do a great concept here for the new main library if this is what my colleagues want to do, and I'm in support.
Thank you, Supervisor. And I neglected to say before we started talking about this item, and I'm surprised you didn't catch me, Ms. Manriquez, that we are sitting as the Library District Board. Supervisor Gano and then Supervisor Al.
Thank you, Chair Scott. Given that this property is within District 5, I wanted to take the opportunity to thank the county administrator and county staff for moving this proposal forward. This new space will replace the aging library infrastructure that we have and give our community a modern, accessible, and inspiring downtown hub for learning and connection. Libraries aren't just buildings. They are lifelines for students, job seekers, families, and elders, and they are where people gather, grow, and belong. So this move is smart, it's strategic, and it keeps library services right where they're needed most, which is in the heart of downtown Tucson. So I want to thank the library staff, county staff, and every community member who helped make this possible. I believe that with this action, the future of library services in Pima County just got a whole lot brighter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Allen. And then Supervisor Hines, you had another comment? Okay.
I don't want to belabor the point, but I also support this purchase and largely around, well, for a lot of reasons, but I think it just makes a lot more sense than looking at the price tag for renovations to the current space, that if we purchase this building at the 6.2 million, say there are renovation costs in the 24 million area, that is still cheaper than the 80 plus million for renovations to a building that we don't even own. I appreciate all the efforts to keep it downtown, to find a location. I actually think putting the library in an important historic building is a perfect fit. It is a way to ensure that the integrity of the building and that history is valued and lives on. I think it's just a wonderful fit, and so appreciated the tour, organized and being able to see it and hear about all the great ideas, and knowing that we have a 2-year on-ramp, right, of renovations where we can continue to solicit ideas from community and from architects about how to make the library be the place that we want it to be. And so, thank you all.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Hines.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure Scott, actually, Supervisor Allen basically made that point, but I forgot to say that the approximately $90 million to redo the Valdez Library, that again, we don't own, makes no sense compared to the closer to 30 million in total that we're talking about with between the purchase and refit, basically, that's being proposed here. So that's it just makes more financial sense.
Thank you, Supervisor. Administrator Lesher, I had a couple of questions. We got a memo from you dated yesterday, and attached to it was a memo from the Deputy Director for Project Design and Construction on behalf of the Director. In the middle of that memo, he lists 7 bulleted items that help lead to the recommendation. It's the 4th one that I have some curiosity about. He indicated one of the reasons for the recommendation of purchase is service enhancement opportunities available at the Wells Fargo facility. If you or someone you designate could let us know what those service enhancement opportunities might be.
Certainly, thank you. Chair Scott, and I think it really highlighted as we were walking through the building the other day, and I will ask either gentleman to speak to this, but the ideas were coming fast and furious from the staff about what buildings could be for, a children's room. There are models in some communities where people, through very specific kinds of clearances, could get access at other times of the day or night to facilities that could be more secure from the others. Just a lot of new opportunity for new programs. Gentlemen.
Chair Scott, Administrator Lesher, just as Administrator Lesher articulated, because there are 3 separate buildings, there's some unique opportunities to separate programming particularly as we're looking at different entryways and for community access. So we think about enhancing programs. Some of the challenges of the current library are after hours access to some of those buildings. This will allow us to have some of those programming for community that can occur outside without having to open the full building, things that are very difficult to do now. So it's not only just community access points, but looking at creatively about maybe a 24-hour operation for people that could have access, just like they have gyms. They could come check in, use facilities. Of course, we'd have to kind of work through what that would look like, but those are the innovations and opportunities that lend itself for a building that's shaped the way it is and the access points that it provides for us currently.
I appreciate that. In the paragraph right before the conclusion, Mr. Clell says, the due diligence process, this is after approval of the purchase sales agreement, will allow for a detailed review of the buildings and the parking structure, as well as the completion of the phase 1 environmental testing. After the process is completed to the satisfaction of the county will close escrow for the acquisition. Can you, Ms. Lesher, someone you designate, flesh out more of what that due diligence process will involve and what might be concerns that could come up?
Certainly. Mr. DeBonis, if you would, thank you.
Chair Scott, members of the board. So the key element of that is going to be that phase 1 environmental assessment. And so that is a prescribed process that has specific criteria that looks at any environmental risks or hazards within the building. So Supervisor Christie mentioned the presence of asbestos. Are there any other materials like lead-based paint or other chemical constituent components of the overall construction? So just saying that the diligence will continue to validate that there are no issues that are deal breakers for the county, right, prior to the close of escrow on the sale. And so we'll have an independent contractor do that evaluation and provide us a phase 1 assessment report.
All right. Thank you very much.
And Chair Scott, if I can just go back one moment.
Sure.
So as I queried with staff, I was incorrect. There is no longer a non-county tenant in 97 East Congress. So I just wanted to go on the record and clear that up.
Thank you, Mr. DeBonis. Any other questions or comments from my colleagues?
If I'm
Please, go ahead, Ms. Lesher.
Thank you for just a moment. I know it's running late, but Chair Scott, really thank the board for this. I think, as we all know, looking back, that this did not get introduced to the community in the way that we would have liked. And I think that stopping as we did almost a year ago from when an initial discussion began about whether we were going to be moving or tearing it down and what was going to happen, pausing and allowing all of us to work with the Library Advisory Board and with many community stakeholders have allowed us to get to a point where we're really at the beginning of that extraordinary process to re-envision this library downtown. As we said a year ago, I'll continue to say there will always be a library in downtown Tucson, and it will be critical to the core of the downtown area. It may just not be at the exact location where it is located today, and with this, we'll take that important first step, and I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lesher. The item was moved and seconded before we had discussion. Supervisor Cano, something else you wanted to say?
Yeah, just really quick, Chair Scott. Thank
Sure.
you for the indulgence. I just wanted to reiterate to staff in conversations with the city of Tucson that I really encourage us to have a visionary conversation about what the existing parcel can look like. As we all know, it's not a county parcel, but I do believe that a master plan for the entire plaza is not only inspiring, but I think will continue to support that economic growth in the city's core, and we should do everything possible as a county to support the city of Tucson in that shared effort. So I just wanted to throw that in before we vote. Thanks.
I appreciate that, and just wanted to ask a follow-up question to the county administrator. With regard to Supervisor Cano's point, are those conversations that you've had already with Mr. Tamir or anybody else in city government?
Chair Scott, yes, we have all of us have been talking with various people at the city of Tucson. I know the city, we do have a letter from the city that indicated that as it is their building, they would like to be the lead on the envisioning of whatever the next steps are. And we look forward to working with them on not only the building, but the whole plaza area. So we will follow their lead on the next steps.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Item was moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. We're now going to go to item number 16, and we are sitting as the Rocking K South Community Facilities District Board Feasibility Report Resolution.
I'll move the item.
And I will second it. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of approving the resolution number 2025-RK1 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Going back to sitting as the Board of Supervisors, I will move approval of the consent calendar as submitted.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Consent calendar is approved. Let's go now to page 6 on the agenda. I will move items 24 and 25 under Development Services.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. And then let's do by itself item number 26, budget remediation plan updates. Administrator Lesher.
Chair Scott, I would just comment, you've received the remediation plans minus the one from the sheriff. And we will have the Sheriff Nanos remediation plan on the agenda. Excuse me, I am allergic to the room, to June 17th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Just a couple of questions on this. If you look at the background.
Sure.
I'm not quite sure. It says all contracted services were invoiced to the ADE for payment on December 31st, 2024, with a revision provided on January 2nd, 2024. How does that work?
Chair Scott, I'm going to turn to Mr. Quadron. Are you referring to the superintendent of school? Okay. That's
This would be the schools.
School superintendent with their contract from the Department of Education. Is that it? Thank you. Mr. Quadron, your specifics.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Christie, I believe that's a typo from the department. It's
So that would be the same.
1225.
This 25. Okay.
Yeah.
And the same typo error down in the second box below.
That's correct. They probably carried it through the document.
And do you think that might have been the reason why there was no payment?
I can't exactly speak to that, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Christie. I do know that they did work through the school superintendent. My understanding is that they did request a remediation through the Board of Supervisors. And then they're waiting to hear how that plays out.
If I may, Chair Scott and
Please, go ahead.
Supervisor Christie, the county attorney's office has been involved. This is, I believe it's a grant of about 1.2 million, if I'm thinking of the right one, from the Department of Education. And much like some of our other grants, what's occurred, and I believe, is that the superintendent conducted all the work, and through a variety of the funding sources has not been reimbursed for that program.
And do we know
so in
why?
Litigation.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, all the work under the federal grant was performed by the county school superintendent. That invoice was submitted to the Arizona Department of Education, as we've informed the board previously. The Arizona Department of Education did not immediately pay out. And so the federal government has denied, currently the U.S. Department of Education has denied paying that federal grant to the State Department of Education. The State Department of Education has filed an appeal with the U.S. Department of Education, and we're waiting to hear back on it.
It's a mess.
Correct.
And we don't know why it has not been paid yet.
It is a discretionary item for the Department of Education because the invoice was submitted after the closing period. Typically, under those federal grants, jurisdictions can request payment extensions for up to like 18 months. So there is really no legal reason why the U.S. Department of Education will not pay on that federal grant. The Secretary of Education has made a specific decision not to pay on several grants, and that is one of them because it was involved COVID monies.
So the county school superintendent is asking for remediation. In other words, the county to pay that gap that they did not get from the state or the federal government.
Correct. And then if we are
What
not,
happens to that when if we get reimbursed?
well, I would leave that to county administration, but we're still hoping to at some point get paid by the State Department of Education.
And then the county would be reimbursed from the school, from the school superintendent's office.
And well, it's a big mess here.
Supervisor Hines.
So do we sue them yet or not yet? Excuse me, Chair Scott. I mean, we have a whole like collection of lawsuits against the feds, which is just silly, but I guess it's good for attorneys. We're waiting for typical what used to work before January 20th methodology? Because I don't think we should be operating with an understanding that that's currently going to work anymore. So shouldn't we just, well, I guess is that something we have to talk about in executive session? But it seems to me like we probably should just start working on some additional things from some legal action perspective.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Hines, we are all hoping that the U.S. Department of Education sees the light and will come forward with the already appropriated monies for this grant, pays the state, and then the state reimburses the county. This board has already authorized us to take enforcement action against the State Department of Education. We would have to go through arbitration under the contract, so that would be our remedy at this point.
All right. I will go ahead and move that item because staff is recommending review and action on the remediation plan. So I'll move item number 26. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Cano. Any further discussion, Supervisor Hines?
Was there a remediation plan for the sheriff's department?
The county administrator indicated that we will have that on the 17th.
Oh, got it. Okay, thank you. I missed that. Thank you.
That's okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor of approving item number 26 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Let's go to item number 27 under Fleet Services. Please note that it requires, if passed, a unanimous vote of approval because it is donation of surplus property. I'll move the item.
Second. Mr. Chair.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Supervisor Cano.
Is it possible for a friendly amendment to the motion to do items 27 through 34?
Well, it wouldn't be because of some concerns that have been raised with me by one of our colleagues for 32
Understood.
through 34.
Understood.
But
Thanks.
thank you. Trust me, I have a little post-it here with things that I want to try and bundle. All right. So item number 27. Any further discussion? Supervisor Allen.
I would love to provide a little bit of context because the board has unanimously supported the development of a wildfire mitigation plan. A critical challenge, as we all know, for some of the rural fire districts is having enough funding, having enough of a tax base to be able to fund some of their basic core services that can prevent wildfires and respond effectively to fires. So for example, the Arivaca Fire District budget is $369,000. San Manuel Fire District is $800,000. The Golder Ranches budget is over $50 million. Clearly, all things are not equal in how those funds are derived and in those fire districts, but it just shows you some of those disparities. So one of the things that we have been doing is working with county staff to try to find a water truck for the Arivaca Fire Department, who currently has a water truck that will not exceed 20 miles an hour. I believe that the fire department's dog can respond faster on foot, of course, to fire emergencies. In this particular case, we are yet to find a water truck. This is a heavy-duty truck that will be able to fill in some gaps. We're continuing to kind of poke around through fire districts and see if anybody has more equipment that can be provided to some of our more rural fire districts so that they can be able to respond effectively. Want to do a quick little shout out to folks who've been really helpful. Chris Ader at Arivaca Fire District for alerting us to this need. Leonard Boswell, the Director of Fleet Services, and along with some staff who helped coordinate the donation from Peter Bowers and Leanne Harton, and of course County Administrator Jan Lesher for helping make this happen.
Thank you, Supervisor. Item number 27 was moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. All right, now, under real property, we have 6 items. And what I would like to do is move approval of items 29 through 31, but move that we continue until the next meeting, items 32 through 34.
Second.
Thank you. It's moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. And if you would like to comment on why we're moving to continue the last 3 items in that batch, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, so for items 32, 33, and 34, for those single-family residences, we have been in discussions with county staff about whether we can use these properties to further our goal of affordable housing. So thanks to Catherine Skinner at Transportation and Jeff Teplitsky at Real Property Services for being willing to explore these possibilities with us.
Thank you. And just to add to that, the reason that 31 is not included is because if you look at the memo that the county administrator attached to this item, the tenant at that Sunridge Drive location has already indicated an interest in bidding on the property.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
I just have a procedural question. These were purchased by the Department of Transportation because of right-of-way issue, construction projects. So the Department of Transportation bought the homes, and now they're putting them up for sale. Why did they buy them in the first place?
Administrator Lesher.
Mr. DeBonis.
Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie. So at the time that the project was being designed, it was identified that so much of the property would be taken to render it useless, right, from a residential standpoint. And so the county, out of an abundance of caution, bought all of those properties. Then in the design process was able to adjust some of the alignment, and therefore those properties are viable residential sites. The Department of Transportation utilized capital project funding that is dedicated to the Department of Transportation. If these properties are sold now, then those proceeds would go back to the Department of Transportation.
Were they acquired through eminent domain?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, I do not believe they were. I do not believe that they were condemned. I think that they were purchased voluntarily, so that
I'm assuming market value, and then they realized that they could be utilized after all, so they're putting them back on the market?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, that's correct. We have no use for it now that the roadway project has been completed.
Sheesh. Okay, thank you.
All right, all in favor of the motion to approve items 29 through 31 and continue items 32 through 34 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes 5-0. Now, in the realm of go big or go home, I am going to move, believe it or not, items 35 through 53.
I'll second.
All right, that's moved and seconded. Supervisor Christie.
I would just like the opportunity not to vote or to vote against 36, 37, 40.
Just those three, sir?
And what was the last number?
53 was the last number, but I can amend it.
Well, if we could stop at 53, that'd be fine, but those items I just would like the opportunity to vote no on.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll amend my motion with the permission of Supervisor Allen, who seconded, to approve item 35, 38 and 39, and then 41 through 53. Is that okay, Supervisor Christie?
Let me just double check. Through 53 or ending at 52?
Ending at 53.
How about, I want to vote no on 53 and 54.
Okay, I didn't include 54 in
Okay,
that.
that's fine.
But you would vote yes on 53?
No.
No, okay, so my motion then just goes up to 52.
Fine.
All right, okay. So all those in favor of those items indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, those items are approved. Now let's
Mr.
go
Chair?
to 36 and 37. Supervisor Kano.
Can you give us a summary, Mr. Chair, of the remaining items?
Sure.
36.
So we have 36, 37, 40, and then also
I think that's it.
53 and 54.
Thank you. I'd like to move items 36, 37, 40, 53, and 54 for approval, please.
I'll second.
And I'd like to call to question.
Okay. All those in favor of those 5 items, and Supervisor Christie, I think those were the ones that you had indicated concerns with, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
Okay, so those 5 items are approved 4-1. Right now, if I'm doing this correctly, and Ms. Manriquez hasn't cracked my knuckles yet, so I think I am. Now we're on to hearings. She's nodding. So let's go to 55 through 57. These are all liquor licenses. Unless there's somebody here to speak to these items, I will move to close these hearings and approve the licenses.
Second?
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? Okay, those items are approved. 58 was removed from the agenda at the request of the applicant, which takes us to 59. This is an ordinance number 2025-12 relating to the Pima County Office of the Medical Examiner amending fees for services. If there's nobody here to speak to this item, I'll move to close the public hearing and approve ordinance number 2025-12.
Second?
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. So now we're going to go back to the addendum, and we took care of everything on the front page, so we're now to item number 7, opposition to the ongoing militarization of the U.S.-Mexico border. This is a resolution introduced by Supervisor Allen.
So I need to make a motion.
You can, sure.
I move that we adopt resolution number 2025-19 of the Board of Supervisors opposing the increased militarization of the U.S.-Mexico border.
I'll second. Moved and seconded. Discussion, Supervisor Allen.
So, you know, we've had some conversations about Ironwood Forest National Monument and the threats to it. We're also facing threats to some other incredibly treasured areas within Pima County. The Buenos Aires Wildlife Refuge, Oregon Pipe National Monument, Cabeza Prieta Refuge are all at risk of being transferred from the Department of Interior to the Department of Defense to create these new, they're calling Roosevelt reservations under the jurisdiction of Department of Defense. essentially turning the border region into a military base. This has happened already in New Mexico and El Paso. In fact, New Mexico, the Roosevelt Reservation is now under the jurisdiction of Fort Huachuca. This is problematic, to say the least. We received a letter of support of this resolution from the chairman of the Tohono O'odham Nation, referring to the fact that, and I'll read a brief little quote from it, he says, without any notification or discussion that the Tohono O'odham Nation, the Gadsden Purchase in 1854 redrew the U.S.-Mexico border, split our people and our aboriginal lands in half. Today we have 17 communities and more than 2,000 enrolled members of the Tohono O'odham Nation living in Mexico. The nation, Pima County, and other agencies have been at the forefront of border security for decades. And then it goes on to detail many ways in which the nation has been assisting in deterring cross-border activity that continues today, which I won't go into detail about. And then he concludes by saying, we're all doing our part, right? These and other deterrents have been working, and crossings are now at an all-time low. The notion that additional border walls or militarization is needed or warranted makes no sense. Spending billions of dollars that would further desecrate sacred areas and further split our people makes no sense. Wasting billions of dollars on a problem that does not exist is wrong, particularly when the federal government is actively attempting to make massive cuts to critical programs for our children, elders, and many others. The Tohono O'odham Nation is focused on building bridges, not walls. Thank you to the Pima County Board of Supervisors for considering this important resolution. Your support and opposition to this matter is greatly appreciated. Together, we are stronger. So, our border, right, between Pima County, the Tohono O'odham Nation, and Mexico is complex. Much is already being done to deter drug activity, other illegal activity, the threats to our conservation lands and some of our beautiful spaces is just one that I feel like we need to stand up against, and that is exactly what this resolution does. Calls upon our congressional delegation to try to protect the Arizona-Mexico border from this transition to Roosevelt Reservation and becoming a military base. And I request my colleagues' support for it.
Thank you. Supervisor Kano?
Thank you, Chair Scott. I believe that my colleague from District 3 mentioned all of the points that I wanted to mention, and I wanted to call to question.
I think Supervisor Hines had something that he wanted to throw in because he had sought recognition right at the same time that you did. Go ahead, Supervisor.
At this rate, we're not going to be here until 5, so I don't know. But okay. Yeah, so
you have 5 in the pool.
So I was just curious if my colleague from District 3, and it's fine if not, but I believe I've read or seen something about legal challenges to this. I just was curious if you had any updates on kind of what was going on in terms of our Article 3 branch of government. Are they commenting on this kind of, I feel like a judge somewhere said this is not okay, but I can't remember that. I'm just curious.
I know there's ongoing attempts challenging another layer of it, which is about the waiving of federal laws, things like the National Environmental Policy Act and others that have been done in conjunction, right, which enables the Roosevelt Reservation to be established. I'm not familiar with any specific legal challenges to that, but I imagine there would be some.
Okay. All right. That was all I was curious about. Thank you.
Okay. And Supervisor Allen, thank you for pointing out the human and environmental ramifications of some of the decisions that are being made and that could be made in this very well-crafted resolution. All those in favor of addendum item number 7 indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
Opposed.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. At this point, the only items we have left are items 9 through 12 on the addendum, and I would move those 4 items.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Kano. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Those 4 items are approved, and we are adjourned. Thank you.